placement from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка. Это минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнит раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Honor of Kings Open Series season number 2. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me is Mr. Ken. How are we doing today?
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu. I am feeling super excited today. This is day 1 of all of the different regional finals. They will be playing for the play-in slot for the Kings Championship. Now, Blam, of course, I'm very excited. How about you?
Absolutely. I mean, like you just said, it is all playing for that 10K prize pool, but also, more importantly, I would have to say the KC 2024 play-ins as well, where they get to not only just try and get to this point and be crowned champion of the Open Series Season 2, they also get to prove themselves against some really solid teams.
Yep. So, of course, we're looking towards the future, but we have to stay in the present as well. So today we bring you 3 different games. They are all best of 3s. We'll see who is able to topple their opponents and make it one step closer towards the next stage of the competition.
Yes, so these are the quarterfinal matchups right now. So we are going to be having the first match between Moonlight and Chaos, a familiar name in match 2, which will be AG Global against DRS. And then we have the third match of the day. It's going to be GDG against Leo Esports. And as you can see at the bottom of the bracket there, just to clear that up, Fearless Esports, I almost went back to season 1 there for a second, went straight through as the last team got disqualified because they had an incomplete roster. So already a victory for Fearless Esports.
That's right. A good position to be in, but nonetheless, it does not discount you from having to fight your way all the way towards the grand finals of this portion of the competition. Now, first game of the day, we have Moonlight going up against Chaos. Your thoughts about the teams, if you have any expectations?
So, I mean, with Moonlight, with them being from the JPKR region, we don't actually know much about them other than that they were able to get here as runners-up of the competition and their regional qualifiers. And then, obviously, Chaos were part of the Season 1, the Open Series Season 1, and they managed to get to the semifinals last time. So, if they can try and make it one step further, Ken, I think we could be on to, hopefully, an improvement for the team.
Yeah, okay, so I like to form my judgments based on a world view, right? So I'm across all of the different platforms, but before that, I have some exciting news for you today. I'm going to be talking about the new hero, Liu Bang. He is a tank hero with the strongest of support abilities. His ultimate allows him to teleport to a designated teammate, providing them with a shield and restoring their health upon landing. Now, this is one of my favorite heroes. You can expect that I will be using him on the Gorge. I just bought him, and I can't wait to showcase his skills in the Gorge itself.
I mean, this hero, right, is going to be a flavor mix-up for the future competitive plays, but with that teleport everywhere, the shield, I think that's going to be one of those picks we're going to see being locked in the future, right, Ken?
Oh, for sure. I mean, of course, he has just been dropped today. So if you're looking, you have quite a bit of gold in your account, do consider buying him. I think you will not regret it. Now, another thing we don't want to regret is missing out. So let's talk about Moonlight. Blam, take this.
So on Moonlight, we have representing the team Moonlight is Nano Hana, we have Nong, we have Dayball, we have J-Moon, and Bebe as the Clash lane. So here are the faces for the competitors of the JPKR region.
Yep, so very strong team. We've already seen some highlights from before, and I think they definitely do have some standards that, Chaos has to kind of reach as well as try to break. At the same time, now this is a best of 3, so I don't think it can be considered a sprint just yet, but whoever wins the first game definitely has a huge advantage.
Yes, it's all about turning around that second game at that point. But yeah, like I said, we don't really know much about JPKR, but here are Chaos's lineup if you want to take that away for me, Ken.
All right, so we're going to have Uzaya, TZ, Ray, Bappa, Adam, as well as Necro. These are your 5 representatives coming out from Chaos. They'll be looking to put up a massive and significant win against the likes of Moonlight. So like we mentioned before, both teams, they have their foundations, they have set the bar high, thus they have reached this far in the competition. But today, someone is going to be knocked out.
Yes, and that's the unfortunate part about the competitive scene, right, is that there is always a loser, but with losing becomes a lot of knowledge, right, Ken? There is plenty to be learned about these new opponents, especially when they are from a region that you may not necessarily actually scrim against.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Now, before we get into the games itself, I think maybe let's set the stage for a little bit. I don't think we get to pick sides per se, but anything that you want to talk about in terms of the game, like what should they be looking out for in the early stages, at least when the game starts?
Early stages, you just want to make sure you're ahead of the gold, right? Making sure you've got some of the priorities in those lanes, especially more so those lanes that hold very closely to the neutral objectives. And if we're not seeing that, you kind of want to make sure that they can try and claim that T1 in that mid lane, which just really opens up the jungle. It's a lot more fruitful for your jungle if you can get the enemy's T1 down.
Oh, I really love that, right? One of the things in the early stages of the game is how well your jungle is going to farm, because he or she will be impacting the pacing of the game, which of course falls down to that first neutral objective. Now, if I want to take a look at it, we have seen a couple of styles of plays, right, coming across every single region in the world, and it falls down to 2 distinctive markers. Number 1, do we have the heavy invades coming in at level 1? Do we steal away the Tusk Boar Camp? Do we steal away the blue buff? Do we steal away the red buff? Right, the Crimson Golems and Azure Golems are always at risk in the first, 2 to 3 minutes in the game. That normally sets the pacing for how the match will go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see that a lot of the jungle heroes within Honor of Kings as well, they like to prefer to go for the Azure Golem. So sometimes we can see setups around the Azure Golem where they hope that the enemy team may not think that they're going to be there slacking, but then all of a sudden you're in the brush, you're trying to take that Azure Golem, and then all of a sudden you're met with like 3 of the opposing team just trying to deny that Azure Golem. And we know how vital those buffs, that blue buff, can be in the early game, especially with obviously cooldown reduction and obviously mana regen as well, especially for some of these heroes that really rely on that cooldown reduction.
Yep, so that begs the question, right? Now, Blam, I think we have played this game quite a lot, right? And with that, we have also noticed some changes. There is a nerf towards Oghren, but I believe he's still one of the mainstay picks for a lot of the teams here. Do you expect an Oghren coming out today?
I probably do, to be honest. I mean, if it's not Oghren in the jungle, it's more likely going to be Oghren in the clash lane, because we've noticed that this hero has fantastic wave clear potential, and then not only that, he can make himself easily more accessible down to the mid lane. So if your support player is tied up down into the farm lane because there is a bit of an aggression going on there, a bit of a rotation from the jungle, we can see that the Oghren has an easier access, a faster way down to your mid lane to offer some support.
Yep. You know what? Talking about Oghren, I'm not sure how the typical mind works, but for me, it's straight away, it's more of like, okay, when we see an Oghren, there's going to be a couple of things that we're going to be looking at, right? We're going to be looking at Shangguan, looking at a Musashi, maybe looking at a Caiyan, right? Things that can kind of either burst that Oghren down or help the team sustain against the constant damage that he's dealing. So if the Oghren comes out, I expect a lot of snap picks on potential counters against an Oghren. But at the same time, I think there's also a new pickup in terms of buffs across the heroes itself. Dharma has been buffed, and I think Mulan has been buffed. So these are heroes I'm really excited to take a look at in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the last time I actually saw Mulan myself was when we were watching AG Global at MSI. That's when we saw Mulan actually come out for a very, very long time, out of retirement, some may say, because that hero just wasn't getting enough love. And then all of a sudden it came out on the main stage, was like, hello. And it was against the KPL Dream Team as well, which was quite a big pick for AG Global to pick up. But yeah, I reckon with that buff, we can see more Mulan in the rotations, a little bit more Dharma. But then also in terms of counters for Orgrim, we may see Liampo being picked up as one of the support picks as well, because that was again another huge pick at EWC MSI.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, with that, there's a lot of different combinations we have seen across from teams. We have the Team Secret Special, right? We have seen in the Malaysia qualifiers as well, they have the Da Qiao Fuzi combination, which has been shown that it is beatable. We have seen the likes of Lianpo coming in for the counter. We have seen the Musashi countering it as well. It opens up the doors for so many different options for the teams to explore. And I think as we step into Moonlight against Chaos, I'm really curious to see what the thought process is, but more importantly, how the execution is, right? I think we can all dream big, but it takes a couple of steps before you realize that dream and make it a reality.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how these two regions actually fare against each other, because they didn't have the easiest runs in their own respective regions. We're looking at Moonlight. They managed to score 7 rounds to 4 losses. And then over to Chaos, they managed to pick up 4 rounds to 2 losses as well. So I don't think either of these teams have had the easiest way into the Open Series season 2 split here. So again, I think we could be looking at either a team that hasn't really been tested yet, or a very equal matchup in this first best of 3.
Well, I'm taking a look at the comments, and I think we do have some Chaos fans as well, right? A lot of them are saying, you know, it's Chaos all the way. Moonlight will not have a game taken against the side of Chaos. So interesting to see. We have quite a few Chaos fans on board. Now the question is, where are my Moonlight fans? Where are you guys, right? Where's the support? Can we see some support for Moonlight? I think maybe we don't go straight to the judgment just yet. We'll see how game 1 goes. And maybe from there, we'll take a look at how we formulate our ideals behind this first best of 3 for today.
Absolutely. I mean, we could even look at it sooner before the best of 3 or the first match. It can all happen in that draft, because there's plenty of different combinations that we've been seeing recently, but I'm more interested to see how these teams both navigate that mid lane, because there's always that toss-up between the utility mages and then obviously going for assassins like the Mai Shiranui, the Shangguan as well. But Mai Shiranui in multiple qualifiers and even MSI was a highly banned hero. So do you think we're going to be seeing some Mai action come through today, Kin?
I think we might, but at the same time, yes, I do concur. There are a lot of bans onto Mai Shiranui. Leading on to this, there's also a lot of bans on Dolia, right? We have seen teams abuse that refresh. That Celestial Melody, definitely not one to be trifled with. Simply also because when you have paired up with a lane, Death by Sunset, it is a simply annoying skill to deal with, right? For that iframe, that 2 seconds of invulnerability, it's really hard to deal with, especially in the heat of the moment, right? At this point, I'm expecting Chaos to be able to, live up and embody their team name, right? Which is to cause chaos, maybe put them in a mental strain and see how the fight goes from there. So I'm expecting a very aggressive, very dive-heavy composition coming out from Chaos if it fits the name.
Yes, so with Chaos, there is the need of order, and I think that's what they're going to have to bring into this best of 3 against Moonlight, because, again, like you were saying, there is plenty of picks, just like the Dolia. The ban through from that one has been huge. The pressure from the Cho has been a little bit alleviated, right? Like, we sometimes see it banned, sometimes we see it picked in the mid lane. We'll see how it goes, but we won't keep you for much longer, guys. We are just going to go to a short break. We are going to whirlpool back to base, so don't go anywhere before we get into this first best of 3. So see you soon.
Welcome back, my friends. It is time to kickstart the entire tournament this time. Thank you for your patience, right? We have seen the comments. Yes, thank you for the support, the brothers, the sisters, the mothers, and the fathers as well, right? We do see all the things that you guys are typing down in chat, right? So be cordial. We're going to have a lot of fun today. At the same time, we're going to show you the stage and the players as well. Moonlight versus Chaos. Really curious to see how they're feeling, especially when you're playing in a live environment, right? For those of you that don't know, we are live in Abu Dhabi. That's a Moonlight for you. Now, as we pan over to the other team, you will notice that Chaos is not around in the house. Don't worry about it, because at this point, I think they have a collective travel issues. So, you know, it was difficult. It's a difficult position to be in, so they can't be here at the moment. We'll see how things go on the later dates as well.
Yeah, just because of unforeseen travel issues, Chaos will not be with us, but they will be playing on a line. So they haven't done any kind of magicianry with the production, or they've gone invisible. They are just playing online. So don't worry about that, guys. They will be there, or won't be there, but they will be on the Gorge, which is the most important part, I'd say. I mean, you definitely want both teams on the Gorge instead of two teams at the tournament, if you can't get them both there, right?
Yeah, so you can tell. I think, you know what, there is a very stark difference competing in person versus competing online as well, right? So I think now the fact that both teams are kind of like in their own safe space, I think it's a really stressful situation to be playing across your opponents as well, right? That's where a lot of the fun and lively actions happen. Obviously, we don't encourage bad manners. We don't encourage, you know, toxic behaviors whatsoever. But hey, there's some thrill, right? Whenever you get a kill on the opponent team, you're able to cheer, you're able to show off that, hey, we are better than you at this point of the game. You know, I know what's going on in your head. I'm totally running rings around your mind, because I know what you're gonna do, and I've outplayed you man to man.
Absolutely. And the thing that does follow them into the stage as well is they're actually playing on their own devices. So that's one thing I really enjoyed about Open Series Split 1, is seeing all these people's actual devices. Like, yo, what did they use for their personal drivers? And I have to say that I think it was iPhone was probably like the most that I've seen, to be honest. So, which really surprised me. I thought there'd be a lot of gaming phones, like different brands. But yeah, it shocked me. It shocked me.
Well, you make do with what you have, right? Be as resourceful as you can. That's how you get the wins anyway. And you can see, I think we have finally seen some support for our Korean brothers here coming in from the region of Korea. They qualified from the JPKR Open Series Split. And I think, you know, you have to give them the merit. There is a reason why they're here. They have a certain standard they are at. And I think a lot of people might not see this, because it's just easy to really sit behind and comment like, hey, you know what, they're not really playing that well. It is a totally different ball game when you're playing live and when you're playing against opponents of the same, if not better, levels than you.
Playing at a different time for a difference as well, right? Because I mean, this is definitely going to be a different time to what it would normally be over in Korea, at least. But just a little bit of a mock-up here on the side of Team Chaos is that from the Open Series Split 1, there's been a bit of a roster change. So Boppa was actually their mid lane, is now their Clash lane, and Ray is still going to be in the jungle there as well. But the one that's taken over Boppa's old role is Uzao. So again, maybe seeing that semifinals that they got to in Open Series Split 1, seeing them in Split 2, maybe these change arounds might see them get to the finals.
That's really impressive though, right? Because when you are playing certain roles, especially in the professional scene, there are certain things you need to achieve. You know, in the mid lane, you need to make sure that your rotations are early. You need to make sure you get the kill along with the rotations that you make, right? Clash lane, most of the time, you're trying to control the waves, making sure that you can dilute as much experience that the opponent gains as much as possible. And when you have a very strong wave clear, it allows you to join in those early game rotations, maybe make a play. If you can get the 1v1 kills, that's massive, especially in the early stages of the game, because it more or less secures your level advantage, your wave management advantage as well. And this really has the trickle-down effect. It really helps the team. So the fact that there is a change from the mid lane going into the Clash lane, I think that speaks volumes about a player, right? Because not only are you taking the experience of what you have as a mid laner, you're now able to kind of synergize it with the playstyle of a Clash laner now. So let's see, right? With the addition of knowledge coming in from the mid lane, can Baba really make the world's difference for the side of Chaos going up in this competition?
Yeah, hopefully they have more knowledge than our ranked random teammates there, just playing flex queue and just go into whichever position that they feel like on whatever on a Monday morning. They're like, you know what? I fancy going in mid, and then they lose a few games. Like, you know what? I'm going Clash lane. Still lose a few games. This is it. I'm going back down to the farm lane and manage to pick up a win. So hopefully that they actually translate that knowledge over. I'm sure there's a reason why they're on stage and my random ranked teammates are not. So yes, there is plenty of hope here for Chaos, but again, I just want to reiterate the fact that these two regions may have never actually played together before, so this is not necessarily a team they would have scrimmed against, potentially. Obviously, if they were both in Abu Dhabi, they would have scrimmed over the week, but unfortunately for Chaos, for unsustained travel issues, they weren't able to get there, so maybe their scrim hasn't actually taken place between these two, and this is something completely fresh for both teams.
Yeah, you know what? That's what makes this entire situation so exciting, right? Because hashtag info dump. There's so many things you need to consider, right? In the mid lane, how do we win that 1v1? Do we get do we have the lane rotations we've seen in other competitions leading up to this, where teams make the decision to, hey, can we get our farm laner to go into the mid lane instead, right? They can clear the way faster than a particular pick in the mid lane. And this role swaps, this lane swaps do make the difference, even if it's just half a level of an advantage. It means probably at the 4-minute mark, some people might have level 4. And the team that doesn't perform as well, they might not hit that 4 throughout the entire skirmish for the first neutral objective of the game. And that transcends into the snowball factor that professional teams, give or take, they will all take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, level 4 is super important, right? Because that's where you get your ultimate. And then for some of these picks that may come from the jungle, like, we haven't seen him for a while, but Lamb, obviously, his ultimate is one of his main engages for those ganks, being able to force your enemy team from their safety of their turret into the middle of the lane, and then that opens up for your farm lane or even mid lane, depending on what lane the Lamb ganks, to then literally just go ham on them, trying to pick up that first kill, get that first blood, get that little bit of extra gold as well, which then just pushes further that lane into a position of advantage, which with a game like Honor of Kings, how fast-paced it is, it's all about trying to get those small gains to just kind of formulate into a huge gain at the end of it and then take the victory towards the end. So like I said, level 4 super important, especially for some of these jungle heroes.
Yeah, based on the body language of the team for Moonlight, I think they're getting ready to go straight into the gorge. We might be taking a look at the ban pick really soon. But at the same time, right, there's this little hint of curiosity for me, which is, so what is the Korean playstyle, right? Obviously, Moonlight doesn't represent the entirety of all Korean teams, but it will be interesting to see, right? I think teams generally from every region have a particular distinctive playstyle. They like to achieve certain different things at different times in the game. So, we have already seen so many regions, especially coming in from the Esports World Cup. Now, what does this spell for the Korean side, right? Our Korean boys here, what kind of flavor are going to put us on?
Whatever it is, it'll be new, right? I mean, the person with the most exposure to this, Kin, would probably be yourself with the last chance qualifier, the one that you covered with Nongshim being part of that one. So yeah, I can imagine there's, if there was any kind of different flavors that you kind of pulled from that one, how you felt Nongshim performed as obviously being part of the Korean region, and yeah, like, was there any sort of picks that kind of you picked up on with Nongshim that you may see come through for the side of Moonlight?
Maybe not the draft as much, but I think really just the execution of the heroes. I think my memory of Nongshim was really they had the combinations down, right? They were at a certain standard. I think good enough to really pull wins off. But there are moments of time where it kind of faltered because when they don't get the best start in the game, It felt like they couldn't identify, hey, this could be the winning marker for us to turn the game around. So obviously that's something of the old, that's of the past. Right now, I want to see what does Moonlight have to offer to us.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they actually go for any of their same rosters that we saw from Nongshim in terms of the hero selection, because just a quick glance over their first two matches from Nongshim from that last chance qualifier, they look like they have an aggressive lineup that mainly takes place in the mid lane, so they was able to lock in Mai Shiranui 3 times out of 4 matches. I don't think that'll be the case this time around, with Mai Shiranui being such a highly banned hero within Honor of Kings competitive so far. But then when that didn't actually kind of fruition into the match, they went for something like the Pei in the jungle, which again is a huge and aggressive hero. So I'm kind of expecting we're going to see the same kind of flavor from Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, aggression is definitely one of the things, right? Another thing you can consider is the fact that Butterfly has been buffed as well. So I think it fits the bill, right? Early game, I think there's a much bigger mobility offered by Butterfly. And if you give her the advantage when she hits 4, essentially, if she gets an assist or a kill, she's unkillable for a short amount of time. But within that time frame, she's going to get more kills. And if they play according to my memory of what I remember as the Korean aggression, I believe Moonlight has plenty to show not just us, but audiences across the world as well.
Yeah, I mean, Butterfly is meant to be one of those like elegant kind of things that fill you with joy, but I remember me being a Butterfly main to begin with on Honor of Kings, and then now seeing that now buffed Butterfly comes through. I feel like the German translation for Butterfly, Schmitterlin, sounds about right, because it's completely the different kind of feel that you get for it. Schmitterlin to me seems like very aggressive, very dangerous thing, but then Butterfly, you think, that's not going to kill me. That's not going to take me out, right? But that's how I feel about Butterfly in Honor of Kings right now. I feel like the buff has made her definitely a more suitable pick in comp. Whether we'll get to see it or not will be very interesting. I know it used to be a highly contested hero when Butterfly was first emerging onto Honor of Kings. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that buff affects some of these players' pickups.
It was a menace, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it really puts the quote, right? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And that's how painful this Butterfly can be. The elegance is off the charts because she is able to float through her opponents with ease. At the same time, when she deals the damage, she's going to be quite the monster to deal with. So, I mean, these are all theories, right? End of the day, we have to go into the draft and, take a look at the band picks. Curious, of course, we've been talking a lot about Moonlight. Now, let's turn our attention to Chaos. What is, the Pakistani mindset behind Honor of Kings? Like, what do we go for?
Yeah, so the last time that they actually competed in the Open Series, they were part of the wildcard bracket. So obviously they didn't have their own bracket per se, but they were definitely slotted in with familiar names that are in the Pacific region this time around, like Fearless Esports and like AG Global as well. So these people and these teams this is not an unfamiliar scene with them, right? They've played against them to some respect. They've lost against them as well. So I feel like there's a lot within that wildcard bracket that would have really prepared them for this time around within the South Asian region, which is where Chaos do come from, and managing to pick up 4-2 and then get into the semi-finals of the wildcard as well, which was definitely a feat when you think about teams like AG Global, Freezing Esports being really big teams within that.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We will get to put that to the test, because the winner of this particular series is going to go up against the winner of the DRS against AG Global matchup as well, which will come later, much later today. But first and foremost, we need to see how Moonlight and Chaos are going to perform against each other. Are you expecting a 2-0 here? Are you expecting a 2-1?
Like we said in our open thoughts, Kid, I'm not too sure what to expect from not only the JPKR region, but also Chaos, because this has not been we haven't seen this team play for quite some time. They have a new roster, so they're definitely going to have means to try and push themselves past that semifinals bracket. But then we just have that fear aspect of the side of Moonlight, just not knowing their team compositions, their play style, what are their like big picks that they go for, stuff like that. But we are going to get into the bans and picks here, and we're already seeing some familiar faces getting hit with that ban hammer. On the side of Chaos, we have Orgren and Lung being banned out, and then onto the side of Moonlight, they're going for the Lady Jen prio ban, and then the Chow.
Interesting. I like this, right? So with the Da Chao and the Lady Chen ban, I think it's for good reason, right? There's too much disruption in their skill sets. It's really hard to deal with that. Yes, you have the Sun Ce, which with set sail, you can kind of rush in. It is anti-CC. It is an anti-CC move, but nonetheless, it will be easier to not deal with all of those shenanigans coming in from the side of Chaos. What I like is that J-Moon here has picked up the Mai Shiranui. We talked about this earlier today, right? So this Mai is going to play a very important role because at this point, Nanohana, I think he's going to need a bit more time to farm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm very shocked that Chaos was able to let that Mai slip with all the qualifiers that are going on right now and all the tournaments that have been laid to bed before us. Mai Shiranui was one of those heroes that you did not want to let slip through. And I can imagine on the side of Moonlight that it's going to be a very technical play for them. But then getting on to the second phase of the bans, the Shangguan does come through. So maybe Moonlight are thinking this Hu Huan pick is going to be a bit of a flex pick. It's currently got highlighted the common spell of teleport, but we could see that turn to smite later on down in the draft. But then we have the Haino, and then we also have Dune getting banned out there. So two solid front lines, especially Haino, who has been known to go into the jungle, but can also be played as mid. So you're kind of seeing here that Moonlight are trying to catch out that bluff, of Team Chaos. They think they know that Hu Huan is going to go into the jungle. They're just waiting for it. They're trying to preempt it.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed that really speaks out to me at this point for Chaos is the fact that they're kind of like a peel composition, right? They attack you from far, they're going to throw a lot of pokes. They have the Marco Polo, they have the Yu Huan. There's a lot of poke that comes in. And if you take a look at the bans, they have taken out very, very tanky heroes. The Dun taken out, the Zhang Fei taken out, Orgren taken out, and these are all heroes that can kind of work through the damage that's being given by the side of Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that really surprised me and why I had the ooh reaction was the Agudo being picked up here on the side of Moonlight. This is not a pick that we see very often, Kin. I think the last time I saw this, it didn't go too well, and I think it was in the Open Series Split 1 where we saw this come through, because I haven't seen it since. It was quite a bit of a lackluster pick because it doesn't really sit and make a specific role within this team comp or within any team, right? I mean, you've got to really rely on landing those huge balls, trying to knock them up as well. But then you've got to try and make use of that passive by like just kind of trying to farm faster, which I suppose is probably where they're going to try and make this fit into the team comp of Moonlight.
I mean, if you take a look at it, the way that I see Moonlight's composition working is they need to start with the aggressive invasion into the jungle, right? Now, bear in mind that when you pick up Agudo, her smite is replaced with the mountain encounter, meaning she will eat up the creeps, right, in the jungle camps. So if she can steal away one or two of the buffs, Azure or Crimson Golem, whatever you pick, it's going to really dwindle the amount of growth they have. Now, bear in mind, they did have the flex pick, so Musashi is going into the jungle instead of the Yu Huan. So, Musashi with no 4? That's quite hard, right? Duel to the death is a very important skill set necessary.
Yeah, and with Agudo as well, obviously with the first ability, Wild Growth, it then puts like an AoE around that kind of increases your movement speed, but then slows down the enemies within that grassy patch as well. But we're already seeing quite a bit of a brawl going on here of match one, game one of match one here. Already, Kin, there's plenty of action on the side of Moonlight against Chaos. So it's nice to see that both of these teams are already trying to match each other's energy by being aggressive, by trying to get that first blood, it seems.
Yeah, but small wins, right? Uzaya, TZ gonna get knocked up at this point, but I think they're quite sustainable. You have a Dolia, right? So Necro gonna provide so much sustain in the mid lane, and this is gonna allow them to not only just be able to stay in lane, but get the rotations down, because essentially for the first, 3 minutes, it's hard to die.
Very hard to die. I mean, you just don't have enough skills, you don't have enough damage, and yeah, with the likes of the Mutsu coming through, you're able to kind of keep the enemy team away from you, being able to phase check the bush like that.
Oh, wow.
We do get first blood up into the clash lane. It is Agudo and Sun Tzu getting a kill onto the lane, so Bappa going down. So that is already a little bit more gold going over to the side of Moonlight.
Yep, a literal bye-bye there, and here we go. This is a follow-up. Bye-bye already has a level advantage. He is imperiled at this point, but not going to take too much damage at this point. So it's a big win for the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, Ray looked really low there. I was thinking like, uh-oh, he stepped into the wrong neighborhood, but fortunately for him, but unfortunately for Moonlight, they weren't able to pick up that second kill. Agudo helping access into the enemy jungle here as well. Nong is not looking slim right now. He's looking pretty fed already on the side of Moonlight with the Agudo.
Yeah, and this is where I think the difference is going to be seen between Moonlight and Chaos, right? So Moonlight have hit the timings and the specific win conditions, at least in the early game. They've taken a camp away from Chaos. Chaos has not taken any camps away from Moonlight just yet. This means Nong is going to have the level advantage. Now, first objective of the game, that's going to set the stage.
Yeah, I mean, they're already, at almost 3 minutes in, and we're seeing almost a K difference in gold, which isn't nothing to sort of be fearful of on the side of Chaos, but it's something you don't want to, you want to keep in check, right? You want to make sure that that does not want to slip away further from Moonlight.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we are a minute away before the neutral objectives spawn in this game. One member we have not really placed a lot of focus on is Adam, right? So far, this Marco is doing okay for himself. Slightly lesser levels compared to Nanohana, but here we go.
Here we go. There is Musashi using that ultimate there, but fast recall and response from both Nong and both J-Moon as well are all there in that mid lane, just trying to make sure that they aren't able to claim their first kill on the side of Chaos, but plenty of great rotations here from Moonlight.
Yeah, so Giant's Grip gonna be the item of choice for the jungle. Nong wants to be a little bit more tanky, right? And at this point, the Gorge Mobilization, which is the ultimate for Nong, has been used right before the neutral objectives are spawned. So it might be a difficult position, but here we go! Oh my god!
Oh, what a beautiful combo there between Mai and Sunset. Sunset was like, set sail, baby, all the way from the clash lane, all the way down to the mid lane, picking up those 2 kills for himself. And it looks like they're going to get the neutral objective here, kid.
Yep, this is going to be the first Tyrant of the game going into the hands of Moonlight. Now, it looks like the lunar eclipse is going to happen at this point. No, more like a solar eclipse. Because at this point, Chaos cannot, for the life of them, figure out what to do at this point.
Yeah, they are struggling to try and find access into either trying to get kills, trying to get into the enemy jungle as well. So cutting off all these little factors and bits and bobs that they normally have used to or access to, they are struggling right now. And we're already seeing a 4-man dive into the Azure Golem side. We see that Ray has fallen on the side of Chaos as well. Down goes Musashi. And it looks like they're going to claim this Azure Golem for themselves as well. But is it going to end here, Ken?
I don't think so, but you can see how scary this lineup is coming in from Moonlight. 5 minutes in, 5 members in the bottom half of the jungle, and it looks like Chaos don't know what to do at this point. Set sail once again going to be used here. Another lockdown! And that's going to be a free kill for the side of J-Moon. My goodness.
Yeah, Moonlight are definitely living up to the JPKR region. Aggressive plays. They're currently 5 kills up. Are they going to make it a 6 here? Bebe going against Bopper into the clash lane. Bopper is able to get out of there. Thanks for the death on Sunset. Just keeping him a little bit more alive, long enough just to escape that Sunset.
Yep, so this is where the level difference makes the world's difference, right? Because at this point, yes, you can land your skills, but you don't deal too much damage, right? J-Moon catches eyes. This is the neutral objective number 2.
Neutral objective number 2 coming through here. It is the Overlord. Ray is able to get that smite finish on there. We're going to get some kills onto the blue side. Yes, we are. Yu Huan goes down. Ray looking pretty low. Also, that is currently a 2-1 trade for the side of Moonlight. And they're not done there, kid. We are seeing Motsu take the kill onto the Dolia and then falling short towards the end is just phenomenal plays here by Moonlight.
Yep, the T1 no longer exists in the top lane here. It's going to be Moonlight that starts working on the second tier on the top lane as well. This is a difficult position to be in for the side of Chaos. And this is what I talked about the snowball, right? Take a look at the itemization. This is my J-Moon, Scepter Reverberation going into Savant's Wrath, and Wrath it is. A killing spree as Moonlight make their ways forward as well.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out from the side of Moonlight, but Ray there going into the wrong side of the neighborhood. He was literally running from behind Moonlight. For a second, I was like, oh, they've got a 6-team member, but no, it was Ray mistakenly taking the wrong turn on the sat-nav, clearly, and is then taken up by Moonlight.
Yep, it's a difficult position to be in right now. It's going to be the Giant's Grip completed. And not only that, they do have the Crimson Reaper in the hands of Nanohana as well. With the Doomsday along the Crimson Reaper, it's a difficult position to be in right now. Bappa, he's just trying to buy time for the team, right? But how is he going to get out?
Yep, so no. There's a bit of a directional change there from the Sunset set sail for Sunset, because we saw him try and go for the Bappa. The death on Sunset came through. Sunset blinded Sunset, and then he was able to take a direct change of course to take out the Dolia Kim. But like you were saying, having that Doomsday first item on the Ali is just going to enhance those basic attacks and just make them more powerful.
Exactly, and if you take a look at how Nong is doing for himself, already has the Blood Rage. It has been difficult to kill him, and it's going to be even more difficult now.
Yes, we're getting currently a 4v4 right now. It is already going into the favor of Moonlight once more, because they are 13 kills up from Chaos right now under the turret. They are still not stopping. Agudo's Panda is still looking for some more blood. Recalling onto Agudo here is just trying to keep Bappa and to basically just root him down. And then Motsu's able to claim that kill onto Chaos. So they're currently a 3-0 trade right now for the side of Moonlight. Down goes a T2 in mid lane. There is still so much action going on. Agudo taking out the Yu Huan, but it is my Shiranui getting the last hit onto the Yu Huan as well. And here we are. We just have Atom just running around the crystal. The minions are here. They're looking for a team white in to take the first game from Chaos, and Moonlight are currently with a solid 1-0.
What a game by Moonlight. This is the standards that they have set. The bar is high. And my goodness, for the last, 2 minutes of the game, they were just fighting non-stop. It was fight after fight. Hey, we're done. We're going to fight in the top lane. You know what? No, let's fight in the mid lane. That's not enough. Let's fight in the bot lane. And let's fight at the crystal. Every single place is a battleground. And Moonlight just smacked them around. Chaos. They need to figure a solution, and they need it right now.
Like we were saying in the beginning part of the stream, Chaos needs to find some order, but order was just not there. It looked like Moonlight was trying to just completely decimate them. But like you were saying, kid, they were having fights into the Clash lane. They then made them way down to the Azure Goal and made their way to the mid lane. Agudo then pushed that higher ground turret into the farm lane to then finally get that crystal. But just look at those KDAs, only dropping 1 death on the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, this game, the synergy between J-Moon and Bye Bye, extremely potent, right? The set seal was always timed perfectly. They got the damage dealt in as well. Take a look at the damage dealt. This Sunsa, Bye Bye, 28.7% of total damage across the team, complemented by J-Moon's 25%. That was majority of the damage that really killed off a lot of the members on the side of Chaos.
Yeah, and we always say that the gold graph paints a pretty picture, but it looks like it paints a brutal picture for the side of Moonlight here. Not just never dropping the gold lead at all. And as you can see, into that 7-minute mark, it just got a steeper and steeper hill into their favor.
Yep, it all started with the 1v1 win by getting that win in the Clash lane. And from that point on, it was just, let's kick up the tempo, get the pace going as well. They were fighting at 5 minutes in the game. All 5 members already traversing into the bottom half of the map, making sure the invades were making sense for the team. And at this point, J-Moon already had the Scepter reverberation, allowing him to lay so much pain across the side of Chaos. And there was no one to catch him out, because if you take a look at it, there's no control, right? Where is the control coming in from Chaos?
Yeah, very lack of control. There was just, obviously, when we saw the team fights come through, was hoping for some sustain to come from the Huan, was hoping that maybe Ray was able to pick up a kill into the back line with Musashi, but it just wasn't happening because this Motsu, so Daeball on this Motsu is just phenomenal with these cannon blasts, just being able to shut down the front line of Chaos. It was just crazy, and the MVP, I probably have to say, it has to go to J-Moon, right? I mean, that performance on the Mai Shiranui was scary.
Yeah, he is the core of the team. They call Moonlight anyway, so the light has to come from the moon, right?
yeah, exactly.
63.7 thousand damage across, what, 8 minutes, 9 minutes? It's a KDA, perfect KDA of 609. And he only took a total of 18.1 thousand damage. He was just all over the place. While the team was making waves on the top and the mid lanes, he was busy pushing down the tier 3 turrets at the bottom, which then forced Chaos to react, right? They needed to protect the tier 3s. That was the last stance that they had. And boy, was that a wrong move for the side of Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, at that point when they were up pretty much, I think it was, if I remember correctly, 13 kills at the point where it was at the higher ground turrets. I mean, there's not a lot of gold that they could have actually probably tried to muster together as a team on the side of Team Chaos to try and negate that aggression on the higher ground turrets. But again, it was just such a brutal match for the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, final score, I think 15-1. Now, if I'm not wrong, I think the players need a breather, right? So we'll give them a short little break. When we're back, we'll come with the second game of this best of 3 series.
Welcome back, everybody, from that short break. I mean, we needed it. We were completely like a deer in headlights, maybe a deer in moonlight. We were startled from that game 1, just finishing just under, I think it was 9 minutes and 15-1 kills. Kim, what can Chaos do in this game 2?
I think they were caught off guard, right? It's really a blindsided play. It started with the first blood on the top lane, especially when you're dealing with the set sail at such an early stage of the game. It's really hard to deal with it. And obviously, you know, the team of Moonlight, they took massive advantage over it, invading into the jungle 5 minutes in, all 5 members abandoning their lanes to make life difficult for the jungler. Ray had absolutely no chance. So there's a couple of things I think we could consider if you're on the side of Chaos. Number 1, maybe let's take out the Mai, right? And we need a faster rotation. We need someone that can match the speed of Sun Ce if we're gonna allow him through again in this second round.
Yeah, man. As soon as I saw the Mai Shiranui come through in that ban pick phase, I was just like, yo, first pick, that's normally gone, but this time it is gone as we get into game 2's ban and pick, and we see that the Ali's been banned out by Moonlight and the Mai Shiranui by Moonlight. If that's not a power play, Kin, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, we're not going to leave you any space to think, right? No burst potentials coming in. Now they've taken up the Lung for themselves. But of course, this opens up the doors. Chaos this time going to get the Lady Sun along with the Sun Ce as well. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, they get dual Sun, so they get Sun Ce and Lady Sun, so hopefully they can try and utilize that set sail as well as Moonlight did, because we were highlighting it in that break in basically getting to that 4-minute mark, and we're seeing aggressive set sails from the Clash lane into the mid line, picking up that double kill, picking up the neutral objective was just crazy. So you can see why Team Chaos go for this Sun Ce, right? Because it's just able to get you to places much quicker, to your teammates much faster.
Yep, and this is a very scary, you know, notion for me coming out from the side of Moonlight. Hey, hello, my players coming in from Chaos. But nonetheless, right, a scary lineup for the side of Moonlight, because I think that one of the main win conditions here is going to be that Lung on Nanohana. Now, bear in mind that this time we will have Devalson. He's going to be taking up the Zhang Fei, and complemented by the Yuhuan. Yuhuan definitely a flex pick still at this point. Could go mid, could go jungle, but nonetheless, the wave clear speed of this Yuhuan will make the world's difference.
Yeah, the Yuhuan pick in the mid lane has been something we've only really been seeing since the mid-season invitational. Obviously, KPL played it quite a lot. And then after that, we've been seeing it actually go into a great influence into the Brazil tournaments and other tournaments since then. So it's really something I think these teams have picked up from the KPL Dream Team, knowing how useful the Yuhuan can be. But Zhang Fei coming through, a big support pick on the side of Moonlight. So already a little bit of a different style coming through here by Moonlight.
Yeah, but both teams applying the same thought process at this point, right? So they have a very strong front liner. In this case, for the Moonlight, they have Zhang Fei, and on the side of Moonlight, they have actually the Mankey and Sun Ce.
Yes.
Chaos will be the other ones. So Chaos have the Zhang Fei front facing. So everyone wants to provide a shield in the front. So this is the shield and spear tactic, where majority of your damage will come in from your farm lane. So the Lady Sun gonna play a very important part. Nanohana in charge of laying down the pain, and this time it's gonna be Adam on that Lung that's gonna make the world's difference. Hopefully they're able to, you know, resist that invasion coming in from Moonlight this time.
Oh yes, a little bit of a change up there. We are seeing obviously Moonlight now over to red side, and then Chaos on the blue side, which makes sense why they go for the Sunset a second time around, right? Because that was just a phenomenal play by the side of Moonlight on a Bay for that game 1, but they were also thickening up that front line and picking the Liam Po as well.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the bans coming in from both teams, I like the fact that they banned out the Zhou as well as the Sun Bin, right? That's a lot of disruptions taken away, especially when you deal with the damage over time from Zhou, and he's one of the best wave clears as well.
Yes.
It is not good for the side of Chaos to take long extended fights, right? Against a Zhou. Yeah. Love this player, man, from Chaos. He's doing modeling
Bit of a
career
party
on track.
going on. Yeah, a bit of a party going on with the RGB lights. Gotta love it. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose in style. But this is looking like a little bit more of a solid team comp here from Chaos. It seems we see Byron, we see Lamb come through, which obviously, whilst we was having to talk about what we may see in this tournament, I expected Lamb coming through when we was talking about level 4 being so important, and here it is. Lamb coming onto the Gorge in game 2 for Team Chaos. But Moonlight, man, they have such a strong front line. They have the late game potential with the Lady Sun as well. So we can imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of those resources going over to the farm lane.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned, I think, for the side of Chaos. How are they going to deal with the constant stuns from the Cannon Blast and the CC offered by the side of Moonlight? Because at this point, they have perfect burst. I think if you allow, the Lung at this point to Adam to just run rampant around, run circles around the team, it will make the difference. But the thing is, they are quite susceptible to stuns and CCs. So it's something that I think they need to prepare for in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, J-Moon going for the Motsu this time around. So again, a little bit different to the Mai Shiranui, something a little bit more long range, right? Something that sets up those plays into the latter part of the game. But we're already seeing once again that same Sungun dance in the mid lane, but we have both of these teams going head to head right now. Taking a lot of damage is that Hugh Huan and the Zhongfei.
Yep, so Necro went for a more defensive build, right? So level 1, he went for the Leaping Savior instead of the Forbidden Domain. Not sure whether that was the best call, because now the wave clearance is going to be suffering. And on the side, okay, Uzaya TZ does get the steal away, so he does protect the camp in terms of EXP. So Chaos, they survived the first initial aggression.
They are fighting the initial aggression there between both Chaos and Moonlight, and I think they're going to need to keep doing those kind of strats, right? They need to make sure that they can keep as much resources for themselves, because if it goes anything like game 1, they don't want to be bankrupt into that 4th minute, Kin.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this means your rotations need to be carefully thought out. We might have the first engage here.
Oh, okay, level 4 coming from the Lamb there, trying to push J-Moon into his teammates, but wasn't quite working out that way. We are seeing the monkey go over the wall. Sorry, the bubbles are coming through onto Ray, and this time around it is Nong coming through with the first blood.
Yep, and now you start to see, right, why Moonlight's draft looks so scary. This is the concern about the CC properties offered by the side of Moonlight. Once again, very hard to deal with. They have the Mankey with the Dream Roam. More importantly, level 4 Sunsa. We've already seen how Bye Bye likes to do it, and it is a disaster if you allow him to just roam freely as such.
Yeah, you need to keep him locked in place, but I don't think Byron is going to be the hero that is allowed to do that, right? Because as soon as he takes eyes off of the sunset and the sails are being set, you don't know where he's going to land, and you just kind of hope on the side of Team Chaos he's not going to land in your lane.
Yep, I mean, if you're on equal terms, they both clear the lanes pretty quickly, right? In a matchup of Byron against Asunsa. But now that they have that extra EXP because of the assists, it might make that difference that might kill off that early game status for the side of Chaos.
Yes, nice cannon blast there by the Motsu as well, but we are getting that Lamb trying to just pull back Nong into the enemy, their own turrets, but no, here we are seeing Liam come through with almost a triple man knockup, but thanks to those intargetable abilities from the Zhongfei, from the Huon, was able to negate that triple man knockup, because that could have been huge for an engage for Moonlight.
Yeah, but still, it's a big win for Moonlight, because now they've exhausted that unbridled outburst. It means this Zhangfei is not going to be a super tanky support for the time being, right? Your Leaping Savior can only give you that much shield value. And at this point, with the growth they have, Moonlight are very painful.
Very painful indeed. We're seeing that there's a slight lead in the farm lane for Lady Sun. Nothing to write home about, it seems. It's only a few hundred gold, but this is a hero you don't want to allow to gain that late game activation quicker than she needs to. But again, we're already seeing this 3v1 in the mid lane, Kin. It's always Ray, Uza, and then we see Necro as well going against Nong, but Nong's doing a great job just keeping that mid lane neutralized. So so they don't take that T1. But speaking of T1 takedowns, the farm lane T1 does go down on the side of Moonlight, and we're seeing some action at these neutral objectives as well.
Yeah, I think Moonlight has shown a very clear understanding of what good trades are. At this point, it's a 1v1 on the top lane.
1v1 on the top lane between Bye Bye and Boppa as well, but Nung is coming around to try and give a little bit of a helping hand, push these minions through, but Set Sail's coming through, so is that going to be an unfortunate Byron? They go for the flank with the Set Sail. Byron is not probably going to get, oh, he survives. I thought he was not going to die there, but thanks to Ray pushing back Bye Bye into their T1 turret, really kept Byron alive.
Yep, huge turnaround, but the fight is not over just yet.
Yes, Cannon Blast trying to set up some sort of engage here for Moonlight. Liempo is just looking like he's trying to be a ninja, but this guy is a little bit too big to be a ninja at this point. He's just trying to make sure that they don't have any kind of vision on the Liempo, because a big engage from that seismic toss could be huge.
Well, I really like the recovery on the side of Chaos, right? That this is a much better performance than Game 1. And if you take a look at it, they have managed to itemize themselves a little bit better this time, but the damage is pain.
Unbridled Outrage comes through, giving the Zhang Fei a little bit more of a backbone in this team fight. He's soaking a lot of the damage, so it enables Nung to go down. Are we going to be able to see Chaos pick up a few more kills in this team fight? But I think one blood for that T1 mid lane trade is not worth it on the side of Chaos.
Well, nonetheless, we take the small wins, right? I think Chaos, while that may not have been the ideal situation, you can see the benefits of the draft, right? The merits of the draft as well. Right now, Adam, for the first time in game number 2, he does have some decent itemization. He will have the Eternity Blade, so he does have some damage it's going to offer to the side of Chaos. In the meantime, you take a look at the flip side. Here's where it gets difficult, because Nong on this Mankey has the burning cape already. He's going to be able to not just burn them down, but he also offers the anti-regen properties.
Yeah, and when you're going against something like the Lamb, that's something that's very, very useful, but then also to try and negate the Huon's healing potential as well. But it's already looking like Moonlight have a solid, clean priority on these T1s on the Gorge in Game 2 right now. There's only one left standing, and the only thing between that is Zhang Fei and Long coming through here. He's going to be able to clean up the minions. The Unbridled Outrage comes through, trying to go to the back line, but it just doesn't look like Lung is doing enough damage here, but we speak about that a little bit too soon. Zhang Fei is able to claim the kill into the Clash lane. He's trying to keep Atom alive, but for how long we see the dragon takes to the sky, but it looks like it's going to be enough for Atom to stay alive in that interaction.
Yep, I think it was just a little bit of a miscalculation here, and you can see Nanohana already dealing so much damage. This Lady Sun already has so many big items on hand. Axe of Torment with the armor penetration as well. It is proving to be money's worth. Not only that, Master Sword as well. So increased damage after every rolling rain. It's not a situation that, you know, Chaos are very comfortable with now. Now, bear in mind, 40 seconds more, it is going to be the Overlord that's going to be open up.
Yes, Overlord will be opening up soon as well. We are getting into the point where it seemed like in Game 1, Moonlight already had the bag secured for that Game 1 victory, right? But this time around, I feel like Chaos is actually giving a fair fight. Hopefully, we'll see a 1-1 victory, but right now, that is going to be an assault onto the T2 turret into the farm lane. They're able to keep it alive just for now on the side of Team Chaos.
Yeah, they just have to pick their fights really carefully. At this point, they haven't found an entry to be able to touch onto Nanohana, but here we go. And that's where, you know, things get a little bit spicy. But here we go.
A little bit spicy, and we're speaking of spicy engages there. We don't know if the Baal and Nung want to try and commit to an engage here, but with now they have Sunset, Motsu, and Lady Sun in the mid lane. It looks like they are able to scare away Team Chaos and hopefully try and push for this second neutral objective, try to take a second Tyrant in their belt, but we are seeing a bit of a team fight here whilst we see Nung go for the Tyrant, and there we are, Monkey into the back of the line there, trying to just knock down the Long from doing doing so much damage onto the squishy heroes on the side of Moonlight, but there we go. Lady Sun pick up a kill onto the Byron. Are they done yet? It looks like not just yet. Nung just pushing back Yuzar into that mid lane T1 as they are trying to take this neutral objective.
Yep, Chaos trying to establish a little bit more control. It's not really working out in their favor at this point. The fact that Nong can work on his own against 4 different members on the side of Chaos tells you the story that how much they're struggling at this point, because that allows for the side of Moonlight to really just isolate. We have, as we've seen, Ray all on his own. Lam is great, he does have a lot of damage, but what can you do against the likes of 4 different members that are so tanky for Moonlight?
Yeah, it's only going to get harder for Ray as well, because you see the Venom staff comes through onto the Motsu as well, and there we are. I'm already saying it, that Ray's going to have a harder time with all this anti-heal, this anti-regen coming through on the side of Moonlight, and they're kind of just pushing them towards the back of the ropes, right? They're trying to keep them playing on that back foot, but is this something where Chaos may shine? Is playing on the back foot? We're yet to see.
Yep, we'll see, because at this point, it looks like the standard pattern that has been happening is Moonlight are burning a lot of ultimates way before the actual fight happens, and that's when Chaos gets caught off.
The control on that set sail is just beautiful. Just everyone always expects the set sail to come from the head on, but bye-bye with this Sunset is always getting those back ganks. He is just making sure that your blind spot is going to be completely blinded by the Moonlight of Bye-bye on the Sunset. But it looks like they're going to go for the Overlord here. Shadow Overlord coming through for the side of Moonlight. It's just going to make for a much aggressive pressures in these lanes for Moonlight.
Yep, finally we're seeing some defensive measures coming out from Ray here. He's going to get the Pure Sky in his hands, but is it enough? Yes, he can activate the Pure Sky for reduction of damage, but so far it looks like damage galore coming in from the side of Moonlight as they work on the tier 2 as well. It's just fights all 3 lanes. This is Moonlight. They're looking for so many things at the same time.
Yes, so we have Bebe trying to go for a 2v2 against Lung and the Zhongfei, but it's not going to work out in his favor. No matter how good you are on the Sunset, you are not going to be able to take that 2v1 against Lung, and Zhongfei able to pick up that T1 as well, but I think it's a little bit too late for T1s as we're getting into that 12-minute mark, and we have the Vanguards at the Crystal. Higher ground turrets are falling on the side of Chaos, and they're only just starting to pick up T1s, kid.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can see Moonlight showing a lot of respect, right? If we take a look at the itemization, I am so happy with the itemization by the Liam Pool, right? Debalson working so hard, already has the Frigid Charge. That's going to allow him to go even deeper in the fights. He does not care about the stuns now. He's going to get a 12% increment of health in terms of a shield. That is a huge deficit to the side of Chaos.
Yeah, when you think of a hero like Liam Poe, he's already pretty tanky, but given that 12% increase as well when he's given the shield, that's kind of scary, especially if the side of Chaos don't necessarily have much penetration. And from what I'm seeing over here, just scaring over the itemization, they don't really have much in their favor.
Yep, it's tough, but you know what? They have to just buy time. Chaos, they have bought enough. You know, at this point, Adam has made sure that whatever gold they could funnel is funneled into his arms. He does have the Starbreaker as well, so there is a decent amount of burst, but right now they need the tanks to survive, and it's not looking like so.
Yeah, Cannon Blast going into the backline onto the Q1, so then goes a lot of sustainability for the side of Chaos, and down goes the Zhongfei, so there is the backbone, down goes their damage, which is the Byron as well. Only Lung and Lam are the last surviving members on the side of Team Chaos, and it looks like they are to take a defeat. Congratulations to Moonlight taking a 2-0 victory over Chaos.
A big win, a convincing win coming in from the Korean counterparts here. Very strong showing, very, you know, this is the standards they have set. You know, we both came in today not knowing what to expect of the quality of these teams, and you can see Moonlight, they are ready to qualify for the play-ins. Give them that $10,000 prize pool, it doesn't matter. But at this point, right, this is just step 1. They've gotten rid of the first competition across their faces. Now, we will get ready to talk about how that game really went in the favor of Moonlight, right? Let's start off with maybe you want to give us a peek into what you think went well for Moonlight.
Well, I mean, it wasn't as clean as the first game, right? Because, I mean, you've seen a lot more kills on the board for the side of Chaos. There was definitely a lot more hesitation in terms of these engages from Debal and also Bebe. Yes, we saw some really clean set sails, but it wasn't as clean as game one because it looked like Chaos actually adapted pretty quickly within that break to realize that what they needed to do, because the likes of the Lamb actually played really well for them. Bappa on the Byron as well, and then also the Zhang Fei really helped their team fights and sustaining themselves within the gorge.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I like the fact is that they tried, right? They tried on the side of Necro. Yeah. I am a huge fan of a smite roam, especially when you play Zhang Fei, right? That your main objective is to go and disrupt the growth of the jungle. Unfortunately, right, that door was never opened because Necro had to make sure that he defended his mid laner Uze TZ, which really never took flight at the entire game. And at this point, when you take a look at Nong, who was able to handle 4 different members on the side of Chaos on his own, while the responsibility of the other remaining members was to get their hands onto Ray, that is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, it's very tough, and it seemed like it in many situations within that whole series, right? In that game one, Ray was able to sort of make use of Lamb's abilities, but one thing that wasn't able to be taken from Moonlight was that gold lead. And again, not as steep as mountain as it was in game one, but it was still a feat in game two. But just so much aggression once more from the side of Moonlight, a little bit more calculated, I'd have to say, a little bit more respectful of Chaos in game two, sorry.
Yeah, you could really tell, right, from that 2nd minute mark, the moment they actually dive onto Ray, when, you know, both Bye Debalson as well as Nong, they were able to maneuver around Ray's skill sets. This is the one, right? They isolated. Nong isolated. It is so funny. You isolate 4 different people on one end, while the remainder of your team gets to have access to Ray. They get to have access on Necro. Necro is trying his best, but there was really nothing much she could do. And at this point, if you take a look at how tanky this Mankey was, Nong already had so much tankiness with the Burning Cape. And add on to that with the Pure Sky. How do you deal? Damage reduction? Burning your health? Anti-regen? There is so many benefits that this Mankey brought for himself. So Nong was just all over the place. But the contributing factor was J Moon.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got so much presence, whether it be on the Mai Shiranui, whether it's on the Motsu, but this player really does all the shot calling, it seems to me, because Mai Shiranui was able to pick up a lot of kills because she is able to get into team fights, get out of there, but also making a lot of damage. And then Motsu with the Cannon Blast, with the think inside the box as well, is able to set up some really good plays. And J Moon getting the team buff, the team name buff, because he's the only one on the team that has Moon in its name, clearly taking MVP twice as well. So really a great asset to his team. J Moon taking MVP twice.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not really sure about the emotional state of the entire team, but my guess is they will be feeling over the moon. Now, at this point, this is the end of the first series of the day. A very quick 2-0 convincing performance by the boys of Moonlight. Now, of course, we need to turn our attention into the second series of the day. Another exciting, fabulous game that we get to feast our eyes on. This is going to be All Gamers Global going up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Now, Fearless Esports, I think, Blam, you have a lot of experience with them. They have gone through a couple of name changes as well. Would you like to share that with us?
Yeah, I mean, they were Freeze Esports in Open Series 1. They played against AG Global, in Series 1 as well. And they are going to go through to this one as well. But I feel like there's going to be a little bit more legacy towards these two teams, a little bit more of a feud. But before we get into another furious feud, we are going to go into a small break whilst we get these teams ready to play a best of 3, hopefully a full best of 3 this time around. So don't go anywhere, guys. AG Global versus Fearless Esports next.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
announcing ultimate from Gretzky. But hey, it doesn't matter. I can be untargetable.
Очень плохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнит раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
Welcome back. It is time to get into the games. It is our Honor of Kings Open Split Season 2. And this time we are going into the second series of the day. It's going to be AG Global going up against DRS Gaming Nepal. I got ahead of myself when I was talking about Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Apologize for the mistakes, but here we go.
Yeah, led me into that one, didn't you, Kim? But hey, we learned from our mistakes in the casting broadcast. But here we are for the brackets that if we are unsure, it is seeing there that we have our second semi-finalist, because obviously Fearless Esports was able to go forward due to their enemies, or their opponents, shall I say, not quite being able to fulfill a full roster and was unfortunately disqualified in the Open Series Split 2 Pacific region. But we are going to have AG going against AG Global going against DRS Nepal very, very soon for you guys. And then after that, we'll be having GDG against Leo Esports.
Yep, so obviously, you know, we have some DRS gaming fans from Nepal as well. Very big support. Very nice to see, you know, the local hometown heroes, for them being represented. At the same time, we know they are of a good and high top quality that's going to be AG Global coming in. And now this is a best of 3. Once again, the players are ready, and we do have coaches of both teams making sure that the teams are ready for the match itself.
Yep, there we are. I can see my boy Martin on stage. Martin, honestly, first time I was introduced to this guy was Open Series Split 1. His interviews were just phenomenal, something else. And then obviously getting to meet
Moonlight. Now they are going to be in that position waiting for the winner of this particular series. So you know they have a tough challenge up ahead. Now the question is, can they match up? Yeah, I think that's a difficulty, right? Especially when you have new players coming into the roster, then there is the question about synergy, right? Do these players match up, synchronize with each other in terms of the thought process? Do we go into fights at particular times? How aggressive do you want to be in fights? How and when do you want to pull away from fights, right? When do we pick the perfect moments to see that, hey, this is a position that we can change the state, the momentum of the opponents, and maybe swing it in our favor instead?
Absolutely. We now see that they are on stage here. We are looking for them to get prepared very soon for you guys. But I think it's another case of not knowing much about DRS Nepal here, Ken, because we had it the same with Moonlight in match 1, and now we're getting a little bit more of the unknown, a bit of the taste of the banquet of what we don't know. And I think that's one of the good things about the Open Series, right? We're not just getting all these invited teams that we know of and very established within the global competition, but we get some of these unknown names, some of these newer talents, and I think that's very exciting when you go into these competitions, because you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, for AG Global, we've already seen them on the world stage earlier this year. So we know the type of quality and momentums they can get themselves into. And this is what makes it super exciting because we don't know that much about the DRS Gaming Nepal team. They could be that big monster that nobody knows about. And this could be the time where they bring their name to light, build that brand upon the team, and showcase their skills to the world.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams from Open Series have been managed to do like region qualifiers. Like we had, I'm pretty sure that was under Omega Nemesis at Open Series 1. They are now under the, obviously, Paradise Esports, and they're in the SEA wildcard qualifier for KC 2024. So this is only like the starting place for some of these teams, but then they go on to do greater things as well, even though they're only qualifiers, but they still get a chance to try and go further, try and build that brand, and try and build those players' notoriety as well.
Yeah, so at this point, I think maybe let's explore a little bit about possibilities in this second series of the game. We've already seen the picks of Sun Ce, right, coming in, making good work. At the same time, we have seen the mid lane, we have the Moonlight coming in, very strong performance by Jae Moon of Moonlight. We've already seen very good plays by Zhang Fei as well. Unfortunately, this did not allow Chaos to take a game off of the opponents, but nonetheless, still a very strong pick, right? And of course, you can't miss it. The Nong, Menki, very tanky, very mobile. What kind of play style do you envision AG Global having now that they have a change in roster?
I mean, we could maybe see some more fruitful jungle picks come through. Like, we never saw an Agudo for quite some time. Monkey was a big pick within MSI and previous tournaments as well, especially for teams like VKS. We always saw that Monkey was coming through quite frequently in the rotations. But now that they have their new jungler, which is Jok, I can imagine that it depends on what this player is used to, whether they will go for something that's a little bit back to basics, like your Kaisers and your Doom picks, just to make sure that the other team members can shine because they are more established within AG Global, like Snow, Zaze, and Shinlin as well. But hey, I can't wait. I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us in the jungle in AG Global, but also for DRS.
Yeah, so far we have seen a couple of things come true. Number one, we are seeing the usual Musashi picks, and of course we have the Mai Shiranui, which to devastating effect, right, from the team of Moonlight. So will we see the Mai creeping out of the ban pool? That's number one. Number two, we've also seen Dolias being allowed into the hero pool itself. Of course, there was a very huge plan behind why they allowed the Dolia, right? The huge burst coming in from the side of Moonlight really just stifled the growth and the, potential of the draft coming in from the side of Chaos. Now, AG Global, we know that they do have world-class quality in their teams, not just for the players, but in the coaching staff as well. So you can definitely expect a very strong draft, right? Right now, the meta has definitely shifted. And let's introduce the members that will represent AG Global. So AG Global, we have Qingling, Zeiss, Ertian, Zhou K, and Snow. These five will
Yes, that's fine. So yes, these are the representatives for AG Global, Kim. Thank you very much for that one. We are seeing on the board some familiar faces, some new ones that me and Kim was obviously alluding to on the lead up to this team. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these two new members fit nicely into this already established, already world stage prepared team. Yes, so this is DRS Gaming Nepal on the screen right now. So we have Core, Shwami, Hito, Sakon, and Michi on the team. So a name quite familiar to mine. So that's going to be interesting to see how this guy performs on the Gorge. But again, this is a team that we have a little knowledge of, and it's going to be really interesting to see how these teammates actually come together and see how if they can beat AG Global. Kin, going into this one, what do we think?
I think we are in for a potential surprise, but of course, you will definitely be leaning more towards AG Global simply because we have some reference to them, right? We have seen them play, we've seen the standards they have. Right now, it's really to DRS Gaming Nepal to show to the world that, hey, they are on that same, if not better level.
Absolutely. But again, it's the fear of the unknown which got Moonlight, as well as their ability to play Honor of Kings, into the semifinals. Is it going to be the same for DRS Gaming Nepal in this case?
All right, so we're going to have the 1v1 matchups for sure, in the jungle, in the clash, in the farm, in the mid as well. Now, it really boils down to a couple of things, which is the slight differences, right? Do they get that extra creep? Can they push their opponents back far enough so they don't get the EXP from certain kills? Those little nuances are going to make the world's difference towards the mid and the late games as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams were, I mean, to be honest, for AG Global, they only had another team to compete against, which was Fearless Esports. So there's not really much we can really gather from how AG Global's journey has been up into the Open Series, other than what we've seen on the main stage. But then if you look over to the side of South Asia, we have that that the DRS Nepal was able to get to the first seed. I believe it was for DRS Nepal.
Yeah, so interesting to see. I think we have some internal expectations of what DRS Nepal Gaming can do, right? I'm just hoping they can realize that potential because, like I said, an introduction for any new team is always very critical, right? That they are able to catch their opponents out of the blue, catch them by surprise because there is no reference to them, right? But likewise, it is also a difficult position for AG because their performance is out for the world to see, right? Everyone has seen them on the world stage. They can do ample amount of preparation saying that, hey, this is the style that they like. This is something we could capitalize on.
Yeah, I mean, again, you are correct. They have got to try and find out, so see the skill of these players. Is it something that they're just going to be super aggressive for? So AG Global just going to go for the really aggressive plays like Moonlight did in the match one of the day, or are they going to take it a little bit more, give them a little bit more respect to their name, trying to figure out what they can and cannot do in game one, and then maybe just bring the full flavor of AG Global into game two? And we may even see a game three, depending on how DRS Nepal play in this matchup.
Yeah, so I think the fact of the matter is game one matters a lot in this best of three series because if you're up by one game, it gives you that emotional support, right? Security that it doesn't matter, we can afford to lose one game. But at the same time, when you win the first game of the set, it also allows you to build upon that momentum because now you have seen the winning ways, you have experienced it. It's time to continue that trend for your team.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we'll go back over AG Global, right? Because they haven't had the cleanest of journeys yet. Because first we were shown AG Global in the Open Series split of one, and they really stomped it. They had a clean performance in that one. Going into the Season 2 Invitational, we really expected a lot for them, but they didn't actually do too well. They got into the top 8. They were able to play in the quarterfinals, but weren't able to get out of the quarterfinal brackets. They did lose, however. And then going into the mid-season invitational in Saudi, it was a little bit of a weird story for them. We saw a bit of a shaky start, a bit of a great strong end in there, but we are just going to be waiting on to see how their performance do in the Open Series Split 2. But first, we're going to go for a short break once more, guys, so please don't go anywhere. It's soon going to be AG Global versus DRS Nepal.
And finally, we are back. Thank you for the patience. We've been up in the comments as well. So finally, we get to see the second game of the day. It is going to be AG Global going up against DRS Gaming Nepal. Now, Blam, we've been talking in the comments for quite a bit. What are your thoughts about this game now?
I mean, we've found out that obviously Michi is not going to be in his usual role, so we'll see how that fares out for him. And obviously, if he's able to secure a victory with not being in his main role, then that to me is a sweeter victory, right?
Yeah, you know, they are kind of masking their actual power levels at this point because we don't really have that much information on them. AG Global, of course, we already know that they are the powerhouses that we are expecting. Right, so it is down to them to make the scores count. Whoever takes game one going to be in a much more comfortable position going into the second game of the series, hopefully closing it out in a 2-0 fashion. But now let's take a look at the battlegrounds in real life. It's going to be a tough one for both teams because at this point, I think finally they have fixed whatever issues that they have been facing so far, and it's going to be a really exciting marker, right? Because now you have one team with which we have all of the information. We have seen their play styles, we have seen their drafts, we have seen the picks, and then we have the unknown, right? The phantom in the entire competition at this point, which is DRS Nepal Gaming. What do they have in their bag that they're going to bring up across to face off against AG Global? Yeah, so at this point, we are going to take a look at how the players feel. I like to take a look at, you know, the facial features, but now let's focus on the game first. First and foremost, we're going to have the bans coming out from AG. They will be on the blue side, and we will be banning out the Musashi and the Lady Zhen, which then transitions to the bans coming out from DRS, and that's going to be the Da Qiao along with the Dolia. So no refresh and no Sea of Fate to send people home. Tingling, of course, going to help secure that organ for the team. So AG already has something to start with. Now, bear in mind, this is a flex pick, very flexible, because we might have the organ being able to be put into the clash lane or the jungle as well. Now, flip side, let's take a look at Core and Swami. They're going to be picking up the Arlie along with the Mankey as well. There's a lot of tank coming in from the Mankey, probably going into the jungle. And the Arlie this time going to be played by Sakon. Of course, with the lift step, with the Maple Dance, we'll be able to block a lot of the skills, namely the Cannon Blast coming out from the Mortar, as well as the Kachosen coming out from the Mine. So a lot of potential skills that can be blocked, but it all comes down to the timing, and I think that's a lot of mind share onto the player of the side of DRS, because Sakon, he needs to be able to not just protect himself but deal the damage in as well. And that's where the role Michi is going to come in with the Zhang Fei, and hopefully with the addition of Core onto this Mankey, they will be able to provide enough security, enough space for this Arlie to just go crazy without having to care too much, right? Time that Maple Dance perfectly, it should be able to help them out in the team fights as well. Now let's head on to the second phase of the draft. We will have the Lady Sun being banned out. Massive damage as well as the Direnjie. So two very big and core farm lanes being taken out, going up against the Arlie. These leaves a couple of things open. Marco is open as well, but bear in mind with the Maple Dance, that is a potential counter, right? If the timing is right, it could spell disaster for the side of AG. Following that, second half. Yeah. Oh, okay, Blam, you're back.
I'm back. I got ganked, but I'm back. Anyway, let's go. Let's have a look at this draft. A bit of a breakdown here for AG Global and DRS Nepal Gaming. So we're actually going to get the Orgrim come through here, Kin, which I am probably more excited about to see than when we don't see the Organ come through, and obviously the Mai Shiranui as well, which is a little bit more of a change up here because the previous mid lane of AG Global was always a Princess Frost main. So seeing the Mai Shiranui come through makes it a little different here. I'm very excited to see what their new mid lane can pull through with this.
Yep, actually, I really like the ban on the Princess Frost because if they get locked down, it's actually disaster. One of the things that you don't want to deal with, especially when you're an Ogren or even a Mai, and even specifically, Mortar as well. The Frigid Prison is going to be a very detrimental skill to you because when you get locked down, the burst potential of Winter is here. It's going to kill you almost instantaneously.
Yes, absolutely. And we have the lane come through as well. So a little bit more of a difference in that Clash lane. No more Sunset, it seems. And the Mayeen being locked in as the last pick on the side of AG Global. Looks like they didn't actually ban out their fourth and final hero. But looking over to the side of DRS Nepal, they have gone for the Angela. So the wave clear, the slowdown of her abilities, and obviously the most important, that well-positioned blazing brilliance that she can use with her ultimate is going to be able to try and negate these encounters from AG Global.
Yeah, so I really like the draft from both teams. I think they have some merits for the draft itself. Now it really comes down to the execution. Can they get the invasive measures in place? And of course, for the team that's being invaded, can they resist and kind of push them away and defend their jungle from the potential invasions?
Yes, I mean, it's all going to be down to the jungles here as well. I mean, Monkey and Orgrin are two different playstyles, right? Orgrin is going to be able to clean these waves pretty fast, but then also be able to access those waves with his abilities as well. So, you know, parkour over those walls is just one of the benefits of going for the Orgrin because of the faster rotations and the faster player in the jungle. But we're getting into game one finally between AG Global and DRS Gaming Nepal. And we're already seeing that clash going on in the mid lane already, what we was promised between Moonlight and Chaos.
Yep, so you can see the benefits of Sakon taking up this Maple dance here, right? The blocks come in and Michi is falling a little bit low, but Ertian, you know, very good job of just laying down the damage. Allows himself to get that Sprite in the middle. That's going to be an EXP boost. So he's going to have a slight advantage at this point.
Yeah, seeing the Ollie go in. Okay, yes, Mai Shiranui not being able to do enough damage there onto Michi. That was so close. I'm pretty sure that Shinlin just thought that Tian was able to get that kill, so he didn't actually use any of his abilities or even go with him, but these cannon blasts are landing and hitting differently.
Yeah, but close, but no cigar, right? At this point, you can see a slight goal lead going into the jungle on the side of AG, already going closer towards that Giant's grip. And in the meantime, Menki's suffering because AG, here comes the invasions.
Yes, invasion into the enemy jungle, and there is a kill up into the Clash lane and a kill in the jungle as well. So both Swami and Core both go down. So that is 2-0 already for AG Global.
Yep, it's a really great start for the side of AG Global, and you can see DRS, they need to figure out how do they deal with this deficit at this point.
Yes, they definitely need to do something, play a little bit more aggressive, but I just don't think AG are allowing them to. AG Global just constantly just poking and prodding. Here is that replay for the Clash lane, a 1v1 that we missed, and Core being taken down there as well. We're seeing Tian and Joke in the mid lane, just trying to clear some of that priority.
Yep, you're gonna see AG, they start picking up the pace as well. They kick in the gear. Look at the rotations. They are invading the jungles once again.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the side of AG Global. They are not giving up. They are just keeping and maintaining that pressure, maintaining the tempo for their team, just not giving DRS Gaming Nepal a finger on the pulse, right? They are just trying to negate any sort of movement or anything that would prioritize them in that tempo gameplay.
Yeah, you can really see the slight differences that are making the mark. Another solo kill on the top lane for the Clash. One-on-one. I think one of the things that Snow has consistently showed is that he does have the mechanical skills. And once again, AG invade into the jungle, this time Michi. forced to use the ultimate.
Yes, using the unbridled rage there, trying to get out with that. Michi is able to get out though, just about, even though Orgren and Motsu and Lung are all there to stay. But like you were saying there, Kin, AG Global's Snow is just showing that he doesn't need any kind of backup in that 1v1. He's happy to just take brawl for brawl against Core.
Yep, and you know what's the difficulty of it is that now Core is going to be left stuck in that lane. He has to try and clear the waves. But in the meantime, this Mayin by Snow, he's free to roam around the map and potentially get more kills for the team.
Yes, we're seeing another action here from Tayin. Is he going to be able to actually close the kill this time? But no, it is Orgren taking the kill onto the Angela in the mid lane. Just as those neutral objectives come up, we are seeing a kill go over to AG Global up in the clash lane and that mid lane. So again, really opening up these neutral objectives. We're not seeing Orgren go for the Tyrant just yet. Maybe they're not quite just settled. Maybe they want Schwami out of the picture before they go for these neutral objectives.
Yep, I mean, that was a perfect trade, right? 2 kills for the price of 1 play. That is exactly what AG are phenomenal at. And if you take a look at itemization, we are already reaching a huge power spike for the side of Zhou K, right? At this point, once he gets that Burning Cape, as well as the Eye of Phoenix, his heals, his sustenance is going to be extremely hard to deal with on the side of DRS. And they're already struggling.
Yeah, already struggling and already hard to deal with is the loss of those T1 turrets both in the side lanes there. So again, there's going to be less for the side of DRS Gaming Nepal to actually hide behind when it comes to retreating. They're only going to be able to try and get away from in their jungle, but Zaze is not giving up just yet. Same as Snow in this mid lane, taking that 3v1 just to keep that push onto that T1 in the mid lane, because we know how important that T1 is. But speaking of turrets, it looks like the T2 in the farm has gone down as well, Kim.
Yeah, this is a very scary performance by the side of AG Global. 5.5 minutes in, they have taken down the tier 2 in the bot lane as the T1 in the mid looks to fall as well. We're really close towards that first 2 core items already for all the different members on the side of AG. And one thing I think we really need to pay attention to is that Zaze at this point has been untouched.
Yeah, untouchable not just only by and thankful for his skills, but just how he's been placing in these team fights. He's been keeping it at safe distance, but just close enough that he can just lay that 1-2 and land some massive damage on the Lung. As we all know, players of the game know that Lung can deal so much damage, even though he's like a late game hero. As soon as he starts landing those, that double first ability, as soon as he got those activated on his passive, it just deals so much crit damage. And the more he builds these items, he's currently built the Eternity Blade there. So again, some great damage coming through onto the side of AG Global.
Yep, straight heading into the next item, which is going to be the Master Sword for sure. And at this point, right, DRS Nepal Gaming, I think they have tried to stifle the growth, but with every single solo kill on the Clash lane, it's looking a bit tough for them to recover at this point. Look at the damage by the Zeiss Loom.
Yes, Zeiss has just been able to just deal a lot of damage in the early engages. This just really just pushes them back further into the higher ground turret. So they take the T2 in that mid lane, and they're looking to take the high ground turret at the 7th minute mark as well. Not quite done there yet. TN taking down Kito in that clash, in the farm lane, sorry, and they're still not done. That is a 2-0 trade so far. A critical crowd control of a 3-man knock-up there for the side of AG Global, and it looks like they're going to take the crystal in game 1, kid. AG Global with a clean 3-8-minute match.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest games we have seen today, and that looks to be the trend today. We have Moonlight just decimating their opponents in under 9 minutes, and looks like AG Global gonna follow suit of their competitors, showing that, hey, you know what? If we were to match you up in the second phase of the tournament, you will be watching us at the same standards as well.
Yeah, I think one thing we could take away from AG Global of Open Series Split 2 compared to the AG Global that we first saw in Open Series Split 1 is that they are less focused on the kills. They are more focused on those objectives, constantly just going in, just being able to just clean those T1s in the side lanes to begin with, and then put some mounting pressure into that mid lane towards the end. And obviously, the game-ending blow was definitely that high ground turret in the farm lane.
Yeah, really quick. I mean, housekeeping, right? Sweep the floor, and we will have everything for you in place. And at this point of time, I think it's pretty safe to say, right? AG Global, very convincing win. And if this performance continues, we will be looking at a clean 2-0. Now, DRS Nepal, DRS Gaming Nepal, they have to pull up their socks. It is time to figure out what they want to do to resist that invasion and perhaps play a little bit safer in the clash lane as well, right? I think one of the things that a lot of people have a misconception over is the reach of this Ma Yin and Snow, executing it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, I mean, you say play safe. I feel like they played it too safe across the map, though, because AG Global's aggression was just kind of not halted by any means necessary. There was no sort of like fist throw-in or anything like that. It was just basically AG Global just constantly controlling the way that these fights were going down in these lanes, and just looking at that KDA only dropping one death on Snow there towards the end on the Mayin, and then seeing that Augur and seeing why it doesn't come through, why it's banned heavily in Honor of Kings. That 4-0-1, some fantastic farm in there. 6.2k gold to the enemy's 3.2. That's a shocker.
Yeah, exactly. It is all about how Snow, capitalized onto the mistakes of Core, right? And locking him in lane, allowing Snow to help out with the aggression as well, which, really just opened up the map for ZOK. And at this point, like you said, yes, Ogren has been nerfed, but there's a reason why he has been, mostly banned, if not picked, in every single professional game.
Yep, and showing this gold graph is definitely a reason why he's definitely been banned more frequently than not, is because look at that gold difference, man. Just peaking towards that 10k. That's nuts. And obviously the game finished in pre-8 minutes as well. So looking around about that 7.30 second mark, as you said, Ken, is one of the fastest games within the Open Series Season 2 that we've yet seen. And looking to see some of these highlights, hopefully, from this Game 1. And a lot of them is probably going to come from AG Global, right? Because they were only able, DRS was only able to pick up that one kill towards the end on the Mayin. But just the aggression from AG Global, especially towards the end here, up into the higher ground turret, Ken.
Yeah, there was a lot of control coming in, not just from Ertian, but Tingling as well, right? Cannon Blast with the Chosen, even with the Ryu engine, it was just too tough to deal with, because at this point, Michi was not farmed enough, was not able to offer the Leaping Savior, was not able to offer too much protection for the team. And of course, it is going to be ZOK, the MVP for this side of AG Global, dealing a total of close to 30,000 damage across the board with 0 deaths, 4-0-1. What a game for this guy.
Yeah, ZOK just being able to go onto the Ogren in Game 1, showing what he is made of, showing the reason why he's now onto the side of AG Global. He's now 4-0, able to do almost 30k total damage in that first match. I honestly think that we're not going to see Ogren in Game 2. I think that will be definitely a prio ban for either the sides. Will we see the power play like Moonlight did in Game 2, where they banned out to their top picks, the Mai Shiranui and the I forgot what it was, but basically that power play of just banning your highly mobile, very huge damage heroes in Game 1.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I think the players need a breather, especially for DRS Gaming Nepal. So we'll take a very quick break. Don't worry, we will be back. When we're back, let's bring you the second game of this best of 3 series. Stay close.
Lu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Lu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Open Series Split 2, where we are going to be going into Game 2 between AG Global and DRS Gaming Nepal. With me, I have Kin, Dofu. How are we feeling going into Game 2?
I think AG Global have made quick work of their opponents. Now it's up to DRS Gaming, right, to really pull up the socks, pick up the pace, and try to get more of the better trades, right? So far, I think it's pretty clear that AG Global, every kill that they get, they convert it into something else, be it a turret, maybe a secondary kill. Something always happens after one particular instance, right? And I think it has really shown that this is the world-class standard, and DRS, they have much to prove at this point.
Yeah, I mean, going from EWC, MSI, AG Global, finishing around about, I think it was between the 5th and 4th position within that tournament, and then obviously coming to this, going from a world stage, going against the KPL Dream Team. Like I was saying in the break to yourself, Kin, they've definitely learned a thing or two from the KPL Dream Team. They have definitely decided to be less about the kills, be more about the objectives, but if the kill's in the way of that objective, hey, they're going to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, we've already learned so many lessons, right? The L does not stand for lose or loss. The L stands for learning. And boy, have AG Global learned from their past experiences. So right now, as we enter into the second game of this best of 3, right now, it really is about the learning capabilities of DRS Gaming Nepal. Can they pull out a different style of drafts? Can they pull out a better execution? Right? Many questions need to be answered, and if they can find and formulate their answers well, they could tie this series up.
Yeah, I think what they maybe need to do is kind of focus on that 1v1 up into the clash lane. Obviously, Snow showing in game one that he can just be left alone and he can man his own ship, just one guy. Whereas if they want to see DRS Gaming Nepal try and take the advantage into clash lane, I feel like we need to see that jungler kind of rotate around, give a little bit of a helping hand in the early game towards that clash lane.
Yeah, definitely you can tell a lot of things are on the minds of the players of the side of DRS Gaming. Now the question is, what do they want to formulate to go up against AG Global? Bear in mind, it's a tough situation to be in, right? So number one, you are in a foreign setting. Number two, yes, you get to bring your phones, but now you're playing across the stage from your opponent. So there is an added pressure whether you like it or not.
Yep, a little bit of back to basics here for DRS Gaming Nepal. They've gone for the Dolia and the Kaiser combo, so something that's been a little bit of a staple duo within Honor of Kings competitive for quite some time. Pairing that with the late game hero Lady Sun in the farm lane is going to be really interesting to see that DRS are going to funnel a lot of that resource into that farm lane and just hope that they can kind of get Lady Sun activated a lot earlier. But in terms of the bans, we have the Mai Shiranui, we have the Dacha, we have the Prince of Landling, and the Dune ban on the side of DRS Gaming Nepal.
Yep, I like it, right? It's very clear concepts from the side of DRS Gaming that they don't want to allow access into this Lady Suns. They want to keep Sakon safe, right? At the same time, this pick into the Kaiser, this staple combination you were mentioning about, the double invincible warrior, is meant to keep her as safe as possible. And hopefully, Sakon will be able to really just deal the damage as the fight goes on. Likewise, if we take a look at the opposite end for AG, they have a lot of backline access in the form of the RLE as well as the Dharma, right? With the correct mantras, with the correct lift step as well, they will have access into the backlines. So I think, you know what, maybe DRS needs to put a little bit more emphasis onto protecting the backlines.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it here that DRS is able to sort of have a strong front line here with the likes of the Kaiser now locked in with the Shang Yu as well. So another pick that was barely seen other than the Brazilian tournament. And then obviously we saw some teams start to implement that pick within MSI. And it's now bleeding through into the Open Series Split 2. So again, another huge front line, a great pick. And what we need from AG Global is definitely what they're locking in here is that Zhong Fei. So they need to have a bit of a strong front line, that unbridled rage, which is just going to allow and open up that team on the side of DRS Gaming Nepal so that the Dharma and the Ali can try and get into that back line. Because if you don't have anything to kind of prise open the side of DRS Gaming Nepal, they're going to have a hard time getting into that back line other than some wide flanks.
Yeah, this push and pull kind of gameplay going to be really important, especially for the side of DRS, right? Because at this point, I think the jungling speed is going to be slightly faster, simply because the Yuhuan does have the ability to double stack camps, so she's able to take 2 camps at one time, right? But this also means that this opens up the doors for DRS to maybe try an early game invasion, take a couple of buffs away. So let's see how this works out for both teams. Tournament life on the line for DRS, and AG looking to close this game ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, if they follow suit from the game one, then maybe they will. But we are seeing both of the mages this time around in that mid lane compared to last game one, where we saw that the marksman for one of the sides went down. Actually, no, the mage for the side of DRS, the Angela, went down to the bot lane to fight against the Lung, but a little bit more back to basics this time around with the playstyle, because not only the Dolia and the Kaiser combo come through, they are going back to basics. We're putting that mage there because, again, mage against mage in this fight up, this matchup here is probably going to fare a lot better than going to try and put one of your mages down against the farm lanes.
Yeah, so at this point, right, it's really about the rate of growth, and you can already tell at this point AG, they have this very, very small lead, but that could really change in a couple of seconds depending on what the first engagement is going to be like, and depending on who is going to make that first engagement.
Yeah, we're already seeing that Angela's trying to give some presence down into the farm lane here because both of the minion waves in that mid lane have already sort of dissipated. They are now going to go head-to-head once more. Hugh Huan and Lady Chen are already there to try and clear that mid wave so they can maybe rotate up into the clash lane and go and give a hand to Snow. It's not looking like he needs a hand, though, because Core right now is pretty low on health, having to go back to the T1 turret to get that health potion.
Yep, very aggressive, itemization coming out from Snow. He does have the meteor on hand. On the other side, Core actually going for the Nettle Gauntlet. So a slight balance, right? He does have some defensive measures, a little bit of attack as well. But now this is the mark of the first potential fight. They're going to try and steal away some camps. They do successfully do so. So DDEOK already having a slight EXP advantage against Swami. He is at level 5.
Yes, and this Hugh Huan is going to give great potentials into the team fights as well, especially with the sustain and the healing come through, and then obviously her untargetableness when she goes and takes to the sky. So again, I feel like even though we've got a tanky jungle against the mage jungle, it can kind of work out in the favor here of AG Global, but still no deaths on the board yet, Kin. So a little bit more respect or a little bit more of a tamed gameplay here once more from DRS Gaming Nepal.
Yeah, but I like it, right? So DRS Gaming Nepal, they definitely know that something was not too good about the first game based on the rotations and how they've been picking fights, right? So this time, much more calm, much more calculated, and I think this game, very confident they can put up a much better performance.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be more of a late game performance, maybe mid to late game at that. We still on that 3rd minute, so still no neutral objectives to jump for yet, but that is going to all change in 40 seconds time when we see the Tyrant and the Overlord come through. But we've seen a little bit of presence in the farm lane and that mid lane, just trying to sort of push these lanes, getting a bit of priority before these neutral objectives come up. You can see Hugh Huan is rotating up into the clash lane as well. Zhang Yu looking pretty low.
Yep, right now you can tell AG, they feel like that there is an opportunity open up. The doors are starting to show. At this point, Sakon is struggling in farm against the RLE, right? Zeiss is just doing so well for himself. He's already 1k ahead of his counterpart. And this might be the start of the crack that will show in the defenses of DRS Nepal game.
Yeah, I mean, with the Doomsday coming through, locked in already on the Arlie, where we're still waiting for first item to come through onto the Lady's Sun. And now we have less waiting for the neutral objectives as they have just come up here. Already started off by DRS Gaming Nepal, and it looks like AG Global are going to try and finish off that Overlord and take it for themselves, which is just going to make the likes of the Arlie a lot more stronger now. Getting that first complete item. Here we go, Zhongfei with the Unbridled Rage. First blood going over to Jock. For Tian, sorry, but we are probably going to see more here, so a kill for Zaze as well, and they are not done there. They're looking to take a T1 on top of that double kill, Kin.
A huge win for the side of AG. They take a kill, they take a T1. At this point, they have just given up a singular buff. Have they? No, they haven't even given it up just yet, but Swami will have it in his hands right now. So it's not a good trade for the side of DRS Gaming Nepal, but they do limit their losses so far.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, that's all they can really hope for is just limiting their losses within the early game. But this is something you definitely want to limit, is not letting that T1 fall this early. And they were unsuccessful for letting the T1, the ground zero of the early game, dip here. And we're already seeing the AG Global are up ahead, almost 4k gold difference, which is where it starts to get shaky and a little bit more of a cause for concern for the side of DRS Gaming Nepal.
Yep, what's concerning now is that, at this point, DDEOK already has the Frost Scar Embrace. That's going to help assist in the synergy of the kit, right? So the slow's coming in, and we might see a final engage here right before the objectives come up.
Yep, Zhang Yu looking pretty low there. We see Zai's already trying to give some attention to that T1 up into the clash lane. He's able to secure it as well. So there is no kills just yet within this engage, but they are taking some of these objectives from the side of DRS Gaming Nepal. And they're not quite looking to finish there as well. Maybe try and take this T2 in the side lane. They've already got it in the farm lane. Why not just make it symmetrical, baby?
Yep, exactly. A tough situation once again to be in, right, for the side of DRS Gaming Nepal. 6 minutes in, they are down by about 5,500 gold. And at this point, you can see the damage. It's not coming in from Sakon just yet. Swami getting his hands on the Burning Cape. It might not be enough. Look at the damage that Zeiss is doing.
Yes, plenty of damage from Zeiss now that he has the Shadow Ripper as well being completed on the side of, in the farm lane of Ali as well. Now giving over the Crimson Golem buff as well, so more damage coming through for the side of AG Global. This, to me, seems like they are waiting for the end times here. We have minion waves at the higher ground. Turret Kid is looking like this could be a 2-0 here.
Yep, the Blazing Brilliance gonna be dropped down to try and deter them from getting more, but they came what they wanted to get, and they're gonna get out. So AG Global, very low kill game, 2 kills only in the span of 7 minutes, but look at the gold deficit they have managed to inflict onto DRS.
Like I said, it's what they learned from the KPL Dream Team, right? Just lack of kills, but getting those objectives is something that I feel like these teams or these future teams have to learn, is that it's not all about the kills, it's all about just trying to make best of priorities in those lanes, getting those T1s very early so that there is less places for your enemy to try and run back to and retreat, and then you have to kind of gradually just force them back into that higher ground territory, which AG Global have done right now.
Yep, so top lane, they might be looking for more. It's really just a poking and prodding, right? They want to find an opening at this point.
Yeah, Unbridled Rage was missing out on the Angela there thanks to the CC immunity from the Blazing Brilliance, but that's not going to be enough here. We see that Snow goes in. Snow does go down thanks to the side of DRS Gaming Nepal. It is Kaiser picking up the kill there, but we have minions at the Crystal, and AG Global still have 4 members alive compared to the 2 on the side of DRS Gaming. It is a triple kill for Zays, and there we have it. Kendo Fu. AG Global going through to the semi-finals.
Right, so they will meet Moonlight in the semi-finals. What a nice sacrificial play by Snow to secure the win for the team here. AG Global showing everyone what the world standard is like.
Yep, a team that's been on a global stage now takes it to the Open Series in hopes to get to the next global stage, which is the KC 2024 Championship. So again, well played to AG Global. Really hats off to them, showing that they're here and they mean business.
Yep, so it's really exciting, right? We have seen how Moonlight has played, and you know, they are of top quality as well. This time, AG, they crush their opponents, they make it to the next stage as well, and they're looking to pit their skills against the likes of Moonlight, the team from the Korea region as well. So really exciting, but let's break down the itemizations for the game, take a look at the highlights, and who is the MVP. You know, at this point, all 5 members, they are MVP worthy. It really is who made the biggest impact in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they all had solid rotations. They didn't drop a single turret as well on the side of AG Global. So that really just shows that the difference in the teams, the difference of the exposure that both of these teams have been exposed to. So, like I said earlier, AG Global being going against the KPL Dream Team. We're not too sure what DRS Gaming Nepal have been exposed to, but it's definitely a different kind of beast compared to the experience and the downfalls that AG Global have had to suffer to get here and be where they are now.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the team stats here. Let's focus on Zeiss for a little bit. 4-0-1. He outplayed Sakon in that farm lane one-on-one, and you know, for good reason as well. Arlie has a kit that it's pretty hard to deal against when you are playing as a Lady Sun. That Maple Dance really just cancels out majority of the damage. Along with the lift step, you're able to step in and out of fights, get a couple free hits, and from there, you know, that gold differential just built from 500 to 1,000, and at this point, close to 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you put it into that perspective. And then an even crazier perspective is that they've just had 2 games and the only 2 deaths dealt to them have both been on Snow. So the rest of the team of AG Global are currently running at a no death run right now, which is quite a feat right now in the Open Series. And that gold graph just shows the dominance they had once more in Game 2, Ken.
Yeah, close to 10,000 gold ahead once again. And take a look at the highlights, right? I think Snow did a very good job of just diving, making sure that the attention was on him, especially at this point, right? Right in the mid lane, 1 versus 4, while he allowed the rest of the teammates to really just make life extremely difficult for Sakon. And at this point, at the 8-minute mark, right? Look at the dive. Once again, Snow with the sacrificial plays. He opens up the map for the team. And when you give an opportunity to the side of a team like AG Global, you know they do not miss.
No, yeah, they're going to take the opportunity that's in front of them. And what was in front of them at that point was that triple kill for Zaze and the Crystal. But it is going to go to the mid lane. Etienne on that Lady Jen. So a 64.6k damage. So plenty of damage for the mid player on the side of AG Global. And pretty much a great positioning as well that you can tell from this. Only taking 11.5k damage.
Yep, a very, very good display. One of the things that, the Lady Chen is well known for is being a silent assassin, right? When you land the combination of the Ocean of Tears together with the Flowing Sign, you get the control as well. And, with the Destructive Deluge, a lot of people don't find it that damaging, right? You can kind of see the ultimate being landed down. But when you are dealing with a team as strong as AG Global, they're able to kind of mask the different skills coming out. And when you're caught off guard, AG Global will let you know you've been caught.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. They had, obviously, the Arlie just absolutely just pelting them towards the end there. But we're going to be getting into our third match of the day very, very soon, guys. We are going to take a very short break until we get to see Gold Dot Gaming against Leo Esports, the final match of the day. So please don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back. That was a very quick break. It is time to bring you guys for the final game of today. With me, I have Blam as well. Are you excited for this last match of the day?
Don't wind him up, kid, in the chat. But yeah, I'm very excited for this last match of the day because, to be honest, these are two teams that we know nothing about, right? So we have DDEOK Gaming from the JPKR region, and then we also have Leo Esports. And once again, another team from Nepal. So two very unknown teams going into this head-to-head. I think that's probably the most exciting thing of the day.
Yep, exactly, right? So both of these teams representing their own region, the second teams of their region itself, and the winner of this particular series will go up against Fearless Hong Kong. Now, of course, we don't really have too much information, but there's one fact we do not miss out, and that is we do have fans for both teams on all across the social media platforms that we are live streaming this on. So I have seen the huge support coming in from Leo Esports. So we will take a look at the teams itself and the players that will be representing them and hopefully putting their best foot forward to come up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yes, because I mean, that is who is going to be the victor's opponent going into tomorrow's games. And speaking of the players we have for the side of DDEOK Gaming, we have Status in the Clash lane, we have Doc in the jungle, we have Cliche in the mid lane, we have Jun in the farm lane, and then Tenya in the support role. So quite a few new names that I have not had any experience with. So again, very excited to see how DDEOK Gaming compare against the next team, which will be Leo Esports.
Yeah, very curious what that team name means, but first and foremost, let's cover their competitors. Leo Esports, we have Hasaki in the Clash lane, Kite in the jungle, Panda in the mid, Godless in the support/roam, and we have Momo in the farm lane. So these are the 5 representatives of the team that will be pitting their skills against the likes of GDG. Who is going to come out as the victor? It is about to be shown in the space of a best of 3 series.
Yes, absolutely. So again, another team of fresh faces that we have yet to see grace the Gorge. Obviously, these teams have played all offline, but there is no trace of their rosters that they've gone for, the team comps that they've played, or how they've actually played in those games. So this is why it's all very exciting to actually see them first time, both on the stage and in the Gorge.
Yep, bear in mind this time they are live here in Abu Dhabi. So it is a definite big experience for them. At the same time, this is a perfect opportunity to leave their brand, leave their name for the world to see.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier to yourself, Ken, that some of these players that have started in the Open Series have gone on to go onto other qualifiers, like I was on about earlier with Omega Nemesis now being part of Paradise Esports, that are now in the SCA wildcard qualifier for KC 2023, which is probably a grander stage than a Season 2 Invitational, which is what they were playing for last time when they were on the Open Series Split 1 stage. But again, I want to just encourage the players to have a little bit of character. This is where I first saw MZK of Omega Nemesis do a K-pop dance, and that was probably one of the highlights of the year so far for a player's reaction being on stage.
Yeah, bear in mind that there is a very high possibility. Weeks ago, these players were just at home playing from the comfort of their sofa or chair or whatsoever, and now they are being placed on the world stage, making and attempting to leave their mark onto Honor of Kings.
Absolutely, you're right. Yeah, I mean, not many times that players can say, hey, I was playing at home literally a few weeks ago, and now all of a sudden I'm in Abu Dhabi where I'm playing on stage, looking to try and qualify for the KC 2024 Play-in Pacifics, which, just to let those at home know, that whichever team is victor at the end of tomorrow will be there to play against Scars and Nongshim as well. So again, this is what they're all playing for. Other than that 10k prize pool, they are playing to try and get into that play-ins for the KC 2024 as well.
That's right, that first converted first place, $10,000 richer, as well as the experience to go in for the KC play-ins, right? That is a huge honor to have, a huge market to reach as well, right? And then finally, you get to test yourselves against the best of the best in the world.
Yeah, because I mean, if we think about some of the qualifiers that are going on right now, especially in like regions like Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia as well, there has been some really, really good talent come through within those qualifiers already. So they're probably watching these teams as well, thinking, right, these could be our potential future opponents. So again, they have to show their best going into the Open Series, but they don't want to show everything that they can do, because they're gonna, if they do successfully qualify, they're gonna need something else to try and push them to victory when they get to that stage.
You know what's interesting to me? At this point, it feels like they aren't feeling the nerves. It shocks me that they're so calm, right? Imagine having the stress of coming to a world stage. Now you're playing live. Not sure whether there are audiences there or not, but regardless, you are live on stage. You are going up against an opponent team that you do not know of, and it is a singular chance. If you lose the series, you are out.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of gravity towards it, but then there's also that free trip to Abu Dhabi, right? So I think that probably takes the edge off a little bit, just knowing that they're flying somewhere else within the world, getting to scrim with teams locally as well, but then also get to maybe meet some friends along the way. So some of these players, like we saw at EWC MSI when we was in Saudi Arabia, that a lot of the teams got to know each other for the first times. They were playing ping pong with each other and stuff like that. So again, this is where all these kind of relationships start.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's where the start of beautiful friendships, maybe even an opportunity to go into a bigger organization, or even having your team signed up by an organization. Those are the big dreams, right, of all professional esports players, to be recognized on the world stage. Now, it looks like our players are almost ready, really excited for this gameplay. Once again, it's the same story, right? The same start. Who's going to have the first game of this series? Who's going to have the better foot forward first?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit more of the same like we did with Moonlight, because again, that was a team that really showed some different picks, like the Agudo, the Monkey as well in the jungle, but then obviously also Sunset being their sort of debut on a world stage in the Clash lane, rather than going for something like the Mayeen, going for something like the Elaine, or even the Orgren. We know Orgren was banned, but they decided to go for the Sunset, and obviously it paid off for them. So it's clearly like a staple pick for Team Moonlight. So I'm really interested to see what kind of staple picks we'll see from DDEOK Gaming and Leo Esports.
Yep, I'm not sure about the other teams coming in from the JP and KR region, but for me, I definitely have a very high expectation right now. I'm expecting huge versatility in the picks. I'm expecting very crisp execution of the combinations and very good conversions after every single kill or after every single objective, right? I think teams like Moonlight have definitely showcased that skill level where they're able to understand that, hey, you know what? This is the best decision to make in the game at this point. And from there, this is going to enable us to go even stronger in the mid-game, late game, if we even need to touch that stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, DDEOK Gaming are the third place within the JPKR region. Obviously, Return were the champions, but wasn't able to actually get to this point. But Moonlight being the second place runner-up, or already beaten Chaos, which were the champions of the South Asian qualifier. So we are seeing that DDEOK Gaming are going to be going against the second place as well. So again, there is a little bit of a difference here in terms of where these teams are actually seeded. But for now, is that going to make a difference? Because they could, some may say that the JPKR region was just a little bit more of a challenge compared to the South Asian region, or even vice versa. So we're going to have to wait until we can get into this game to see who is going to be top of the regions, because I think if DDEOK knock out Leo Esports, then that's all the South Asian teams gone, right?
Yeah, I believe so too as well. Now, with that being said, it really is coming down to the rate of growth, right? not just as a team, but in the game as well, right? How fast can you get the growth going in? Can you funnel the gold into the correct people on your roster to make sure that you have the best chance to kind of take the entire series away from your opponents?
Absolutely. And just look at it over the previous qualifier of the JPKR ones, the only team that they actually lost to GGUL Gaming was Return, so only losing to the top seed, but they could be losing to Leo Esports after this best of 3. But first, we are going to have a break first, guys, before we get into this last best of 3, so please don't go anywhere before we get into GGUL Gaming versus Leo Esports. See you very soon.
Aggressive baiting out the ultimate from Redski, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнит раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
How's it going, everybody? We are back from the break. Hopefully that music got you hyped up for this next and last match of the day between DRS Gaming and Leo Esports. So with me today is Kindo Fu, and we're just waiting to get into this game. We just want to see some more JPKR region and some more of the South Asian region. See what flavors they can give us, right?
Yeah, so I think they are really close to getting ready. If I'm not wrong, they should be going towards the ban picks really soon. Now, bear in mind, we will be covering all of the different days for the Pacific stream. And yes, finally, let's go. This is going to be the ban picks. First off, let's start with Leo Esports representing the region from Nepal. It's going to be the Dolia and the Arlie ban.
Absolutely. We want some of the let's goes in chat, and obviously thank you for being very patient with us. And looking at the bans, we see the Arlie and the Dolia, which has been really interesting. See, actually the Arlie hits that prio ban for Leo Esports, and then over the side of GDG we have the Mai Shiranui, which is being a high prio ban, and then obviously the Chao, but then they lock in both Lung and Musashi.
Yeah, very clean thought process, right? And the approach to this, definitely you can see what makes sense. You want to deal with the anti-heal duel to the death. Gonna stop the Hasaki, Ogren from getting too much heals. At the same time with Loom, for his third skill, the riding the wind, the knockback actually works wonders against Ogren when he's trying to dive you.
Yeah, I'm really liking so far Leo Esports team comp here. They come for the Ogren, the Liempo, the Angela. So Angela there just being a true anti-tank mage in that mid lane. And then being able to have that solid front line from the Liempo, from Ogren as well. All you got to really do is make sure you dodge that Lung, because if Musashi tries to go in with his ultimate, you've got the Blazing Brilliance that has the CC immunity to stop you getting knocked up. So position yourself well, Leo Esports. I feel like this could be a solid roster so far here for the side of Leo Esports. But then onto the second stage of the ban, they are going for the Clash lane, because, hey, Ogren could be flexed up into the Clash lane, yet we are still yet to see for Leo Esports. But they banned out the Dharma on the side of GDG as well as Monkey, and then for Leo, they banned out the lane.
Yeah, so, right now they're still missing the roam for the side of GDG. We might see a Zhang Fei being opened up. I think they do need a little bit more tankiness within their draft, because right now it is pretty squishy, right? So Lady Chen and Lung still susceptible to getting bursted down. I like this final ban coming out from Leo Esports. The Sun Tzu definitely was a big problem for their other Korean region counterparts, right? Which was played fantastically by Moonlight.
Yeah, I still think we'll probably end up seeing something like the Mayin on the side of GDG, because that is still up for grabs. And to be honest, out of all the Clash lanes, they have Byron as well, potentially, if they want to go for a little bit more of an aggressive engage, or if they want to try and survive that 1v1 up into the Clash lane, either with it against the Ogren or whoever Leo Esports picks up. Will still yet to be seen. Or we could still see the Ogren go into the jungle, and then Leo Esports picks up either Byron or Mayin for themselves. But still waiting for that last pick to be locked in there. They go for the Lady Sun and the Zhuang Su as well. So it's going to be Liempo into the Clash lane.
Interesting. I like this a lot, right? So the defensive properties on the side of Zhuangzi is going to help out the team, not only giving them the shield, but giving them the NTCC properties, which means this organ can get onto the ground much faster even when the duel to the death is executed, which in this case would then allow the rest of the team, like the Panda and Godless on Angela and Lady Sun, to really just deal the damage in. So big concerns here coming in for the likes of GDG.
Yeah, I've noticed personally how this Zhuangzi is actually a great counter to Masashi just from my competitive rank plays as well. Whenever I lock in Masashi, I'm like, I've got this match locked down, and then they lock in the Zhuangzi as well. And I was like, bro, I can kill this whale. And then all of a sudden it's just like, CC immunity. You're not knocking up any of my teammates. And then I'm just like, there goes my engage. There goes my utility. So we can kind of see what Leo Esports is going for in this team comp. So really excited to see how this goes, but I'm still very, very excited for this team comp on the side of Leo Esports. I said it with the first 3 picks, and now I'm even more excited towards the end because of the counter for the Masashi as well. So let's see how the South Asian team pairs up against the last hope for the JPKR region.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate the power and the damage of the sleep starts, the second skill of Zhuangzi, which automatically procs every 7 seconds, right? And a total of 5 marks possible, stacking on top of each other with damage being dealt over and over again. So interesting thought process. I like what I see from Leo Esports. Now, can they get the advantage? That's going to be huge in getting the game in their favor.
Yes, absolutely. But just as it is tried and tested, we are seeing both the supports up into the mid lane, just trying to get a little bit of an advantage here with the first minion wave. It's looking like a bit of a faster clear here for Leo Esports, just so they can try and free up themselves. Maybe to rotate into another lane, try and pick up an early first blood against the JPKR region team.
Yeah, Panda here going to try and work down on the first sprite. Will get it. So this is advantage to the mid laner of Leo Esports.
Yep, so we see the Zhuangzi is going down into the farm lane to give some assistance to Momo here. We know that the Lady Sun needs all of that resources possible because she is a late game hero. So as soon as you get those items and itemizations are on the roll, as we see the attack speed boots come through for Lady Sun as well, just trying to quicken up those attack speeds, trying to make sure that she can claim those last hits on the minions.
Yep, for sure. If we take a look at the itemization, Musashi actually doing well for himself. But here we go, maybe first fight of the game.
Yeah, Tenya looking pretty deep in there. He's able to flash over the wall, though, so that may just open up a kill here for Musashi. Musashi gets the knock-up as well, so first blood does go over to GDG as well, because the CC immunity is not quite there yet for Zhuangzi because they don't have level 4.
Yep. Doc here actually gives him the knockdown, and that's going to be a huge start for the side of GDG. I mean, we really prefer the draft on the side of Leo Esports, but it also comes down to the execution. Kite looking for an entry point, not going to be able to find one just yet, and GDG, they hold on to their lead.
Yeah, I mean, the counter for the Musashi, for the Zhuangzi, kind of relies on that level 4, so maybe a little bit overzealous with the engage into the farm lane that we saw just for Leo Esports. They could have just waited a little time, get into level 4, and maybe we wouldn't have seen the first blood just yet. But 2 minutes in, we see that DDEOK Gaming is able to get that first blood, and they're looking for some more in this farm lane as well. A 3v2, trying to push these minions. Not quite doing enough damage onto the T1 yet because the shielding is still up.
Yeah, and you know, finally you see the value of 10 years more here. Just laying down the cannon blast, it's really hard to deal with. At the same time, it's very disruptive. And this is going to force down Momo to go back into the base to get the heals, which means he's probably going to miss one wave altogether.
Yeah, I mean, for a hero like Lady Sun, it's going to be pretty detrimental, especially in this early game, as we are trying to get the itemization. Lung and Motsu are there, trying to put some more pressure on, just to make sure that they don't leave that T1, trying to keep sure that the minion wave is mitigated as well, so it doesn't quite meet this middle of the lane as it is right now, because they're going to try and look for priority on either of these teams. The Blazing Brilliance looking to clear up the minion wave on the side of Leo Esports, but they really want to try and gain some dominance here into the farm lane because of the neutral objective coming through in 30 seconds. Lung having to fly up and use the ultimate to stay alive from the Ogryn.
Yep, they want to try and burn down the ultimates, right? So they have an entry point. But at this point, it just opens up the space for Doc to go in and get the steals onto the jungle on the side of Leo Esports. Now, this is going to, negatively affect the farm on the side of Leo Esports, and they're still trailing by about 1,000 gold.
Yes, so not a lot to write home about just yet with only a 1k, but here we are. We see that Panda and Kite have made their way to the bottom side of the map, but we have Doc in the bush, and they do call that out. They go to the phase check, but it's Orgren checking it with his face, and there we go. GDG getting the kill onto the board there as they're trying to take this neutral objective. All 5 members of the team of DDEOK Gaming are here at the Tyrant, and they're not going to be able to claim it from Leo Esports.
Yeah, putting the death in the duel to the death. This is Doc's game for sure. In the starting moments of the game, 4.5 minutes in, they still maintain that 1,000 gold lead, but take a look at where that gold is being funneled into. Now, 3.1 thousand gold in his bank account. He does have the energy core as well.
Yes, DDEOK Gaming actually putting a lot of resources onto the Musashi, which is going to be needed because if you take these later game initiations, you want to be tanky, you want to have that burning cape to obviously deal with any HP regen as well. But here we are, we get another kill for GGG in the farm lane, so that already puts them up by another 2k gold difference, and they're looking to try and assault this T1 as well. We have Lady Jen rotating around as well as Leo, Panda Leo, and obviously Kite as well, trying to stop that T1 takedown, but Panda is met their maker.
Yep, a very, very clear understanding of what resources they are left with on the side of Leo Esports. Is this a mistake here? 3-on-1.
Yep, Orgren against the world, it seems, but Chuangzi and Lady Sun are on the way to rotate around. The T1 is looking pretty low as well, so is Orgren. They take the T1, so there's nowhere to run, and there we go. Lung taking the bait, but flies up into the air, so he is safe. That is Jun doing a fantastic job down in the farm lane, whilst we see Status looking to push this T1 in the mid lane, claiming it already, almost at 6 minutes.
Yep, that's a lot of kills going over to the side of GDG. 5 kills may not seem like a lot, but at this stage of the game, it's plenty and bountiful. Right now, look at the rotations going in. The debuff is no longer existent for the side of GDG. Now, the choice is, do we want to get a kill or do we want to get a neutral objective?
Yep, they've got to be quite careful on the side of Leo Esports because they've already been pushed back to the T2s in the mid lane and the farm lane, so they have less room to have safety. Their safe spaces are surely but slowly being depleted here. We have Liam Po, Orgren, and Zhuangzi, and Angela all onto this mid lane as well. Just hoping for some sort of engage and hoping for some positive outcomes for the engages on the side of Leo Esports, but nothing has actually come to fruition yet.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how GDG is itemizing for this fight, it's really scary because they already have the anti-heal properties with the Venomous Staff coming in from Cliché. So every fight at this point is not going to be looking too good for Leo Esports. Oh, hang on!
From Jun as well, gets the kill onto Zhuangzi. It is all pretty much over here for this team of Leo Esports. They're at the T1, but is it going to be enough for them?
Ouch!
Oh, Lady Jen coming in with the ultimate, and Musashi into the back of the line, taking down Angela as well. That's T2. The higher ground turret is the last thing standing between GGG, and the front lines of that crystal.
Yep, and Momo, you can see, is practically exposed at this point because Godless cannot tank through any of the damage. Hasaki does not have enough sustainability and damage to fight against Status, and worst of all, Kite is unable to man fight in a 1v2, 1v3 situations simply because of the Venomous Staff.
Yeah, it's kind of like a direct consequence of you losing those T1 turrets, right? Is the fact that Kite doesn't really have much safety to roam in. He doesn't know if they're going to be hiding in the bush, just like here that we see from Tenya as well. Think inside the box, come through, tries to lock down the Orgren before he goes over the wall, but Doc getting another kill onto Orgren, really showing that the Orgren pick really meets its maker when the Musashi comes out on the gorge here. So again, jungle down, 2 seconds until the next Tyrant comes up. We'll probably see that DDEOK Gaming are going to try and take another neutral objective, but also try and take this T1. They have a minion there. Probably going to last long. Got to wait for the next minion wave to come through.
Yep, and very, very clinical, methodical funneling of resources here. The 2 top members on the side of GDG that have the most amount of gold are both Doc and Jun, the main damage dealers, the people that go into the fights. And this is a tough tough, hard situation for Leo Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a Lung and a Musashi on the team, that's where you want to be putting all your resources into, because at the end of the day, you know the Doc is going to be that main initiator. We have the Tenya on the Motsu trying to set up those plays with the Cannon Blast. And then obviously Lung, we know, is a late game hero that just gets better with that itemization. It's getting so much damage, gets the second Tyrant as well, so he's going to have the increased damage from the second Tyrant of the game. We see that the Venomous Staff comes through for Motsu as well, so that's going to try and alleviate some of that HP regen. I mean, it's not causing an issue right now for GGUL Gaming as they go into these interactions, but it could be something for them. There we go, Lung picking up another kill onto the Angela. It looks like Orgren's going to meet the Maker again. There goes down. Lady Chen taken out, but then we see they finally get the first kill on the board for Leo Esports.
Yep, it doesn't matter. It is a nice sacrifice to have for the trade they're about to make. That's 2 tier 3s taken out in a matter of seconds. At this point, GDG already leading by 10,000 gold, and this is a painful one for the side of Leo Esports to experience, but they're not done just yet. GDG, they're still looking for much more at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a horizon point of gold difference, I'd say that 10k is definitely it, because you're going to be trying to take team fights to try and regain some of that difference in the gold. But when all the itemization's going over to the side of GGUL Gaming right now, it's kind of hard to kind of make sure that you're able to navigate these team fights in a way that's going to actually benefit you, especially when we've got all the neutral objectives so far of this map 1 going over to GGUL Gaming.
Yep, at this point, you know, there is a lot of shielding effects coming in from the butterfly effect, but they aren't able to capitalize on it because they don't have enough damage. There is a lot of tankiness coming out, burning capes across the board for the side of Leo Esports, but at this point, they need a lot more than that. A lot of damage is going to come from Momo, but the moment Godless dies, Momo is open for the taking.
Yeah, there's been some questionable cannon blast here from Tenya, but that was not one of them, landing onto the Angela, almost dying as well. The higher ground turret into the farm lane is looking for a takedown here for GGUL Gaming, but that is not it. Down goes Kite as well, and we have the Blazing Brilliance come through to try and put some pressure onto the side of GGUL Gaming, but it's not going to be enough. The Vanguards are at the Crystal. Game 1 going to GGUL Gaming.
What a showing by the Korean powerhouses. Now you know why they were so strong in their local qualifiers. And boy, this is the standard that, you know, the JPKR region has showcased to us today. Both teams, both Moonlight and GDG, doing so well for themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those unsung regions, right? Because for at the beginning of the day, we were kind of like, what does this region really hold? Obviously, you were exposed to it with the last chance qualifier, with obviously Nongshim being on that, the cards there. Obviously, they didn't quite win because they lost to Weibo Gaming. Again, Malaysia region being such a triumphant region, such a huge Goliath of a region to try and beat within the global scene, but it's showing that they are still not taking that defeat badly. They are taking it on the chin. They're learning to adapt to it, and so far it's serving them really well within this open series split too.
That so far is the model for the side of the JPKR region, right? And I am really surprised at the standards that GDG is showing us today, because let's be honest, I think Leo Esports, really strong team as well. The draft made a lot of sense, right? But they were just never allowed to flourish, never allowed to bloom. All supplies just got cut off really early in the game.
Yeah, it was definitely all about trying to just cut off all those supplies earlier on, and we saw it very surgically as well, especially from the Musashi. Doc being able to just gank those lanes earlier on, only being one of 2 deaths as well as he dives too far into the enemy crystal towards the end of the game. But 9.1k to that 5.4 really shows the proactiveness of Doc and GGUL Gaming in this game 1.
Yeah, the fact that they shut down, you know, Godless at the start of the fight, that was a big detriment to the side of Leo Esports, right? And following that, their call on the side of GDG wasn't to, you know, put their hands onto Momo. It was actually just to disrupt Kite as much as possible. And that's one of the winning formulas, right, against an Orgren. An Orgren that's under level, an Orgren that is not itemized, does not do anything. And GDG understood that. They played that to the T. 10,000 gold ahead. My goodness.
Yeah, or the Augurin picks kind of just like when we used to see certain picks like the Kaiser come through. Everyone used to be very early on within the competitive scene, like, if we've got Kaiser, we can win, but it's all about utilizing that hero, but then also getting the farm up so he is tanky, he's able to sustain. But like you said there, Ken, if they're not able to get the resources onto the Augurin, he's not going to have a chance to sustain in any of these fights, and that's exactly what GGUL Gaming did. And you can see it with all these highlights as well, that his health was just being burst down by Jun as well.
Yep, exactly. And that's the most important thing. They had to focus on Doc, but in the meantime, while they were trying to deal with Doc, Jun's game was just perfect. He was untouched the entire game. And as a farm laner, that is the dream, right? And when you have hit the particular markers and timings in this game, look at this, 8 minutes in, he is close to half the Master Sword. He has the Eternity Blade as well. How do you fight against this?
I think the question is you don't. You kind of try. You try and isolate the Loong, but that's the perfection to this hero pick in the farm lane, is that even if you get close, he's going to pop that ultimate. He's been waiting for you to try and get close. If you've survived these whirlwinds, if you try and even get in proximity of him, he's up in the air, and that is why MVP goes up to the clouds to Jun as well in game 1. 75.9k damage dealt, 23.1k damage taken, so kind of being used a little bit of a bait and switch here, but knew how to time that ultimate correctly just to take flight and mitigate any further damage.
If the sharing of damage really allowed Jun to showcase his true worth in the team, right? As a farm lane, that's what you want to do. You want to have space to farm, after which you're going to say, thank you for babysitting me. This is my time to shine. And that's exactly what this boy did. And boy, was it a performance thus far.
Yeah. Thanks for feeding me. I'm going to do plenty of damage onto you, but we're just going to take a quick breather here, guys, between game 1 and game 2 between GGUL Gaming and Leo Esports. So please don't go anywhere, guys. Let's see the conclusion of this quarterfinals.
Ultimate from Redski, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
All right, we're back now. That was a quick break. It is time to go into the second game of this best of 3 series. Very strong showing by GDG so far. Now the question is, can Leo Esports pull up the socks, come back a little bit stronger, and give a return punch?
Yeah, I think they got to make sure that they don't think that securing the Orgrin in the draft is going to be the game-winning key within Leo Esports, because we just saw there, like poetry, that GGUL Gaming was able to just burst down Orgrin's health because he wasn't able to farm up. He didn't have the sustainability. And then we honestly thought that the Shuangsu was actually going to give more of a counter, but it turns out that it just wasn't the case. GDG's Doc was just all over the place in terms of getting resources, making his way into those fights, and not actually succumbing to that CC immunity from the Shuangsu.
Yep, it's really about taking the opponent's resources and owning it and making it yours, right? That's one of the key win conditions that GDG, GGUL Gaming, managed to achieve for themselves. Now, will we have a rerun of that situation, or will Leo Esports find a new way to proceed into the second game of this series? Bear in mind, this is tournament life for them. If they lose, they're out.
Yep, and it means that if Leo Esports do lose here, that all the South Asian region qualified teams are gone already with the Open Series Split 2. But this is the nature of the beast, right? There has always got to be a loser, but it's what you do with that loss that makes you either a loser or a winner-loser. We'll see how they do in this next best of, well, in this best of 3. It could still go to a full best of 3, but into the bans and drafts here, we see the Dolia, we see the Orgrin getting banned out by Leo Esports, but the Zhangfei being prio pick here for the side of Leo.
Yep, now Zhangfei of course offers a lot of shields in the form of the Leaping Savior, and if timed correctly, we'll be able to maximize the shield values given to the team, but yet use that unbridled outburst to turn into a beast, which could turn fights around for the side of Leo Esports.
Absolutely, but we see that GGUL Gaming have picked up the Ali, which was banned last game, so they now get the Ali pick. So Jun already having a fantastic streak on the Loong, but also paired with the Hugh Horn as well. Will it be mid lane? Will it be jungle? I think that's a great second pick, especially being on the red side, because you have the priority. You have the advantage of picking your first 2 picks. Pick something that's a solid pick like the Ali, then the Hugh Horn that could be flexed, and as well as the Liam Poe, again, could be flexed into the Clash or into support lane.
Yep, at this point, you can see the level of aggression that GDG are offering, right? The Liempo and the Arlie will be able to offer backline access almost instantaneously. And this means it's going to be really scary for Momo, because this time, he's going to pick up the Ho E, and Ho E doesn't have a lot of escape mechanisms, right? He's going to have to depend on his support Godless on this Zhangfei to make life a little bit easier for him. So in this game, it's even more paramount that Leo Esports maintains a gold advantage, or at least make it equal.
Yeah, I mean, going for the Ho Yi as well is going to be really interesting, because again, this is just the fast attack speed hero that you need in that farm lane. So if you leave him alone, he's able to take those turrets pretty easily, but also from a long distance, his Blazing Sun arrow can also just completely negate a huge engage, right? So if that lands onto something like the Liam Poe, that's going to go for a massive engage, go for that triple man knockup. If that lands on you from across the distance of the gorge, that's a lung stun, baby. And that means that you are then susceptible to a lot of damage. But looking at that, it looks like the Liam Poe is going to go into the support role, where we see Sun Ce for the 3rd time within the JPKR region teams picked up for the Clash lane.
Yep, and it's a very scary notion, right? We've already seen how Korean teams, JPKR region, have maximized the potential of the Sun Ce, and GDG are no exception as well. Once again, a lot of these hero picks are very centered around catching the back line. So I fear for Momo, right? That's the whole thing for me. At this point, his life is at risk, and they need to provide the protection, but at the same time, they can't afford to give up too much space, because that will allow GDG to really have access into the jungle of Kite.
Yeah, so they want to really try and not let that happen, to be honest. But it looks like with that Lady Chen pick in being the last one on the side of GGUL Gaming, it's going to be the Hu Huan into the jungle, which, again, fast rotations, fast clears within the jungle because of their AoE. But then you have to look out for the likes of the Sunset from the Clash lane, which we saw being played so beautifully at the beginning of this day. So we could see some more beautiful plays from Sunset this time around, Ken.
Yep, a very bulldozer-like play style, right? Based on what the draft is for GDG, what they're planning to do is to get the initiation with the Sun Ce and follow up with just a lawnmower action and just mow their opponents down. And if things go awry, all you have to do is to use the Melody of Peace to get the team up to scratch in terms of health. Now on the flip side, Neo Esports, I won't say it's a lawnmower, it's really pick your fights carefully, right? The moment Panda is able to land a perfect Frigid Prison into the Winter is here, it should be done deal.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, Tenya doesn't really have that cannon blast now, so that long range play setup mechanics that they had in game 1. So it's going to be a little bit more close quarter combats here for the Liempo pick, and I can imagine seeing it being quite successful on the side of GGUL Gaming, but then they have to put into factor the Zhang Fei pick. So again, another beast within the support role is, again, huge amounts of health, massive amounts of shields, but then also the knockback as well from the Unbridled Rage. So plenty of ways to try and mitigate some big engages from the Liempo, having to force the flash there. Tenya is now back trying to what seemed like a bit of a bait, but I think it's a little bit too early to take a bait on the side of Leo Esports.
Yeah, you know what? I want to commend Godless here. He did some very simple moves, but it actually achieved the equilibrium that they're looking for on the side of Leo Esports, right? He got vision onto the board camp. He also stopped Tenya from going in for that Firehawk. So it's small movements like this, and now Kite does have his level 4.
Yes, he has that level 4, which he lacked in the first game. We've seen at the back of the queue there onto the Hu Huan, but I think that's probably your wrong target, especially when you've got Ali to the side of you, and that's not the only kill the GGUL Gaming have picked up. They pick up a third kill here as well, so double kill going over to Jun. Jun being an absolute master of the marksman role.
Yep, they thought they had the doors open, and this time they get punished for it. That's 4 kills for the price of none, and GDG, this is the dream start you're looking for.
Yeah, they kind of like gave that early game advantage on a silver plate right there to Leo Esports, because now we see that GGUL Gaming are up by almost 2 points, almost 3k gold going into the 3rd minute, which is huge, especially for the likes of all those kills going over to Jun as well. Is going to be a lot of gold resource going over to the Ali, means that he can pick up the Doomsday, probably first item, which then means a lot more damage for the side of GGUL Gaming.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how they're, really trying to get resources, now they're focusing everything onto the farm lane, and when Hoey is far from the perfect state, he is free food.
Yes, free food as well. Okay, so the Blazing Sun Arrow does go on to Lady Chen, but it's not going to be followed up by anything else. We have Hu Huan as well here trying to take out Panda. Panda is going to go down, so that is a kill once more going over to GGUL Gaming, and they're not done yet. And Jun picks up another kill under the turret once more. Kite looking a little bit seriously in damage here, but manages to dodge out those 2 stuns. The life step comes through. It's not going to be enough for Jun to pick up another 2 kills, which for the side of Leo Esports is a saving grace.
Yeah, GGUL Gaming at this point, they have left a mark, and how heavy are the scars right now? Leo Esports still reeling in from that moment. Take a look at this dive here. 4 members across the bottom of the map, a single hit, leaving Panda dead. The pandemonium is real coming in from the side of Leo Esports. They wanted more, but they have bitten off more than they could chew.
Yeah, we was kind of hoping for a little bit more of a respectful match too. Game 2, sorry, from GGUL Gaming, but they just aren't looking for a respectful play this time around. They are looking to try and finish this one probably quicker than game one. I mean, 6-0 already into that 4-minute mark. I believe it was a little bit more pacified in game one. They've taken the neutral objective as well, so there was no song and dance around that neutral objective, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of song and dance here into the enemy jungle. That Blazing Sun Harrow just really saved the side of Leo Esports.
But take a look at this, right? 4.5 minutes in, GDG ignore the lanes. They're fighting all over the place. Duel to the death going to be committed, but is that a mistake?
Yes, Ali getting the kill onto the Dune, and then we see that Musashi goes down as well, so Kite and Hasaki is all down for now, and that's not it. Momo takes an L as well because the sail comes through. Oh, double kill for status right now for GGUL Gaming, absolutely demolishing that first, the T1 in the mid lane, and Leo Esports.
That was an, undefeatable, I don't know, this is just gold class coming out from the side of GDG, right? The fact that Status used his set sail and flash right as the bolt hit so that he doesn't take as many shots from the tower because it's 5.5 minutes in. Such a godly play, man, coming in from GDG.
Yeah, Status really showing how he is a mechanical player right now for those new watching and those new being exposed to him for the first time. He's playing this Sunset very well, but I don't think there's any kind of weak link here right now on the side of GGUL Gaming in this game too, because they are very proactive across the map, taking the objectives as well, not only neutral, but turret objectives. The Overlord yet to have a little bit of love from the side of GGUL Gaming or Leo Esports, but those turrets are definitely taking a bashing.
Yep, take a look at the growth of the items here already. The Mask of Agony in the hands of Cliché. At the same time, all of the itemization by Doc. This doesn't appear on the 6-minute mark, but boy, he does have it. Mask of Agony, he does have the Frost Scars Embrace, he has the slow, he has the damage over time. Oh my goodness.
Yep, Blazing Arrow tries to come through to try and stop the engage there, but Liempo had a different idea. He came from the side. They take down Momo. They take down Kite as well. We see that Godless is looking for God right now as he is taken down as a double kill for Sun Se. But there is no minion waves in the farm lane or the mid lane just yet, so they can't take those tier 2s, but there is quite a big minion wave into the clash lane. Hopefully we can see a bit of more proactiveness here from GGUL Gaming to try and get a push into the clash lane.
Yeah, this is a 9,000 gold advantage going into the hands of GDG. GGUL Gaming really doing well for themselves. Now, this is just 7 minutes in, bear in mind. And so this is a tough situation. I mean, I've said the word tough situation so many times for Leo Esports, but I don't think people understand the gravity of that situation. Burning Sun Arrow gonna land onto the target, but the Liempo is here. Kenya is just a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, the Blazing Sun Arrow has been really effective, but not from that distance, right? The set sail comes through, gets a double knockup, but it's not going to be anything that comes through. The winter is coming, is absolutely going to negate that. Big engage, that could have been a fruitful engage for GGUL Gaming. We see that GGUL Gaming is able to take that T2 up into the clash lane as well. We see the Kite is pretty low. Momo is already down as well. Back to the queue is Sunset, and they take out the Zhang Fei as well. It is another double kill going over to Sunset, and Doc getting a double kill as well. So that is a team wipe for one person, Kin. The minions are rocking around. It is an 8-minute mark. What's more, GGUL Gaming being your final semi-finalist in the Open Series Split 2.
And look at what it means for the players. They know what they have achieved at this point. I'm pretty sure they have been playing at home before this particular series itself, and this time they have made it onto the world stage. Now, this is the first part of the journey completed. I mean, good efforts coming in from the side of Leo Esports. I really like the thought process going into it, but the execution wasn't as crisp, right? So this is going to be an important learning journey for them. But congratulations once again to GGUL Gaming. Very well done as a group, as a contingent, as a team. Now, the next challenge is going to be laid before them. We have our 4 finalists. We have Moonlight. We have Fearless Esports Hong Kong, we have GGUL Gaming, And of course, we have AG Global. These are your 4 semi-finalists that we will be watching on how the performance is going to be like tomorrow. Blam, any thoughts for you for these 4 teams?
I mean, it's now region against region, right? But before we get into the battle of the JPKR region and the Hong Kong and Macau region, we shall see these post-stats plays. And just looking at Jun only taking 1 death as well as Status towards the end, both on 6 kills, Kin. There is nothing that this combo cannot do, right?
Yep, exactly. The heals are there, the damage is there, the mobility is there. I mean, look at this. This is an 11,000 goal lead coming in for the side of GGUL Gaming. And it's all started because of one over-aggressive move where Kite thought, hey, we got this in the bag. But welcome, 4 different heroes on the side of GGUL Gaming. And you know they don't miss the hits.
Yeah, it was really one of those welcome to the jungle moments where they just didn't realize how far or how little they got themselves in store for. They was a little bit too far gone, a little bit lost in the sauce on the side of Leo Esports. But GGUL Gaming, even though they're the 3rd seed, we could say, out of the JPKR region, they are still looking mighty. These are some teams that I can't wait to see go head-to-head against the Hong Kong and Macau region tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels like we're releasing a music album, right? These are the compilation of the greatest hits coming out from GGUL Gaming. What a play. Look at all of this. It is front to back every single moment. And this last knockout, right? The ocean of tears. What a hit. And that finished off the blow for the entirety of Leo Esports. Now, this leads us to the MVP, none other than Doc. Doc, this is calling for the doctor as well, right? 49.4 thousand damage dealt across the entire 8 minutes. Mind you, 8 minutes. He has a KDA of 5-0-9. The silent but very painful assassin coming in.
Yeah, definitely not playing an assassin, playing a mage in that jungle really showed how surgical that Doc could actually be. That 49.4k damage, and obviously, like you said there, kid, 5 kills to 0 deaths. The Doctor doesn't want to die. Doc was there to just sustain his team, be untargetable if we saw Musashi trying to go on to Doc into the backlines. But unfortunately for Leo Esports and the South Asia region, they have no more participating teams. They did not quite make it into the semifinals.
Yep, it's hard to deal with the Surgeon of Death here in the form of Doc here. And of course, with that being said, finally, we can revert to the question. The 4 teams that have made it into the semi-finals of the Pacific qualifiers before our KC play-ins, what do you think about them, Blam?
I mean, all strong in their own sort of ways. I mean, Moonlight and GGUL Gaming, I saw pretty much like, it was like watching like 2 twins perform at some sort of sport, right? They seemed very similar. There was the same kind of motion. The aim for the objectives rather than the kills was definitely the same kind of thing. But then these teams are now going to go against a world stage team, which is AG Global. Yes, I saw Freeze Esports in Open Series Split 1, but in Split 2, we have not seen anything of them yet. And obviously, there's a little bit of a change around with their roster as well. So let's see what they can actually make come true tomorrow in tomorrow's games.
Yeah, maybe we will be in for a surprise, right? Because we have not seen them perform on the world stage yet. So Fearless Esports Hong Kong, I think there are some expectations that we need to kind of file down, and maybe we'll see, right? What kind of power spikes do they actually have? But first off, we will be looking at Moonlight going up against All Gamers Global. This is one that I'm really excited for because it is the powerhouses that we will be looking at. And of course, we've already seen the performance. GGUL Gaming, they represent the JPKR region. Now, this is going to be going up against the Hong Kong Macau region as well. So, Lamb, super excited for tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, two great matches, two best of threes for the semi-final of the Pacific region. We are almost veering towards the end of it, so there'll be 3 matches once more for you guys tomorrow, so not long for you to wait. We're not going to promise a short break because it is going to be about 24 hours between now and then, so please tune back in tomorrow, guys, to see how these teams fare against each other. I've been Blam, with me has been Kin, and we will catch you guys tomorrow.